Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Branch, calling to session our February 21st Raleigh City Council meeting. We'll first have our stand for our Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. We had no pull items from consent, but before I call for a motion, I would like for someone from transportation to speak to. There are some questions about our bus shelters. Item H3, if they could just speak to that and those amenities.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. David Eatman, Transportation Transit. I think the question may be in regards to our, what we're calling, or the Wake Transit Plan calls, enhanced transit stops. These are stops that are at where bus routes intersect, and the Wake Transit Plan thinks of those areas as needing additional amenities. So lighting, things of that nature, that not all of our regular shelters currently have. Certainly, this program does not displace our existing program to install shelters by any stretch of the imagination. So certainly, that is intact and will remain strong. And I'll certainly answer any questions if that didn't answer the questions exactly.
All right. Any questions from anyone?
Well, just sort of follow up. I think some of the correspondence that I've received, folks are concerned that just need to put more plain shelters throughout the city and maybe scale back some of the bells and whistles on some of the other ones. And so I guess that's a part of what needs to be addressed, you know, in terms of like the cost of putting the extra amenities in some stations and not having any type of shelter, benches or whatever in other stops.
Again, I think that these are the first enhanced facilities that we've installed. So this would be the first round. We put between $2 and $2.5 million into our regular shelter program annually. And again, this is the first enhancement that we've actually tried out and following the Wake Transit Plan's recommendations. We would love to continue to try these to see if this higher level of amenity at our major stops is a great passenger comfort and something that is positive. And we may not know that until we actually try it. So certainly we would love to be able to, continue the process and install these. Let's see how that goes. And let individuals check them out and see if that's something that the council would like to continue. And certainly, if the council decides that that's something that we should not pursue within our jurisdiction, then we can relay that back to the Wake Transit Plan. These will be installed throughout the Wake Transit network.
Madam City Manager, we may need to have a additional conversation since this is on the agenda today. But in terms of what he suggested, should we have a work session or something just to discuss it, because I think people in the public are not necessarily in alignment with what you're suggesting at this point. So
Yes.
we need to flesh it out a little bit more.
That's fair.
And then also I want to add that I know the Raleigh Transit Authority has a lot of discussion about stops and
yes.
shelters and how to make improvements. So I think, as well as us having a conversation, there's also that other opportunity. If people have stops that are a great concern, the Raleigh Transit Authority works with the staff to identify and put a list together of which stops each year have improvements. And I know we changed the policy. It used to be 25 boardings. Now it's 10
That is
boardings, unless there's some other special need or special case, like a stop near senior housing and things of that nature. So
And also, when you think about a transit route, our regular routes, we have quarter-mile spacing. So when you put a bus stop every quarter mile, that's done for consistency. That doesn't mean that someone boards at every stop on that quarter-mile spacing, but that means as a rider, I know that I can have access every quarter mile along a route. So again, about 75% of all of our boardings actually currently happen at sheltered locations. So 75% of our boardings every day happen where shelters are, and we're expanding that. So we actually do that through these types of contracts. The UDO, as well as engineering services, helps us out as well.
Okay. But yeah, again, if we can definitely probably have that future conversation and we can go in more detail. Anything else?
I'm going to move to approve.
Okay.
Just had one.
Okay.
And just to confirm, part of the investment here is larger shelters for bus stops that have higher use rates, right? So you have a lot more people potentially at those spots who could
That
use
is correct. These are intersecting routes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that information. Now, is there a motion for our consent agenda?
Move to approve consent.
It's been moved and properly second for approval of consent. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed have the same right. Motion carries. We'll now go into our public comments section. We have 15 people who actually signed up to speak today. It will be 3 minutes per each. We will start off with Ms. Octavia Rainey.
Good afternoon. My name is Octavia. I come to you today because I am very upset about Father Monsignor Haddon House, which was demolished. He was the first black priest for the state of North Carolina. He went to Rome to study with the bishop. I have been asking the city to buy that house since 1985. They never bought that house. So that house was demolished to go along with the BRT. Everybody knows that I do oppose the BRT, and I am planning a bus tour, 3. And Ira is welcome to come to tell his side, because there's 2 sides to every story, and I'm gonna tell my side. So it'll be very interesting. Second thing, I'm asking this city council, you know, you have black people that come up here and complain all the time about the black community. You don't know about the black community. You don't know. You don't know that in 1953, the city formed the Raleigh Redevelopment Commission to get rid of the black communities. And you have been using that same pattern and practices ever since. I would like the opportunity to educate you on what black people keep coming up here and talking about, how they're talking about you are just moving them out. And you're killing that vote. You are just killing that vote. So I would like the opportunity to educate you so that we can have these discussions fairly. All Ira is doing is bringing the old plan back from 1953. They got rid of Smoky Hollow. They got rid of 4th Ward. It's ridiculous. And we're still carrying on those same patterns and practices. It hasn't changed for black folk. All y'all do is running us out. The second thing I want to talk about, I'm going across the belt line. Across the belt line, our black churches, they are inundated with development. They don't have a clue. And I think some of you don't even know who they are. You don't even know whether they exist or not. Across that belt line is a big black history. I also do tours, so I'm doing a tour across the belt line. It is a shame that how we neglect the black communities. See, there's no tomorrow for us. They always say you can see tomorrow. We can't see tomorrow because tomorrow is not there. As a black person, I know what it feels like. I know. We're having our Black History program, and I'm showing a video from 2006. All my peeps, they were there, but ain't none of them there now. They've been moved out. They don't even exist. So you've got to take into consideration what you are doing and how you are doing it. And you're implementing these patterns and these practices. And I want it stopped.
Ms. Rainey, when's your bus tour? When is your bus tour?
It'll be in March. I'm getting the dates down pat. But Ira is invited to come there because I want him to tell his part. And I'm going to tell my part.
Yes, ma'am. All right, Ms. Helen Tart.
Hi, Helen Tart, 611 Monroe Drive. My request is simple, for the council to ask for a staff report on the affordability of the missing middle developments under administrative site review. since the ordinance has been introduced in Raleigh. Please include both approved and in-process developments. The public good behind the ordinance was that it would lead to more affordable housing. All I'm asking is for the council to check the outcome of their efforts to see if the intent is producing the intended results. The staff could do a confidential rental and sale price study, asking the developers how much of the units would go for, then do a calculation of how many of the units would be affordable for people that make less than 80% of the median income. The staff would then report back a percentage of the missing middle projects that are affordable. If the only result of the study is a percentage, then the developers wouldn't be giving up any trade secrets. This should be a relatively quick exercise, and it's important to get the information back as soon as possible, hopefully by the next council meeting. This is valuable information for both council members that voted for the UDO text change and new council members to see if the missing middle UDO text change is producing affordable housing options. If the study comes out the way I think it will, then that would be evidence that implementing a moratorium on missing middle developments is needed until the council can address necessary amendments to the UDO text change that will truly result in more affordable housing for Raleigh residents. Happy Fat Tuesday. By the way, the Brookside Bodega is having free music tonight from 5 to 8. So anybody that wants to can come out to 1000 Brookside Drive and partake of their entertainment and refreshments. But I hope you will consider this study. I don't think it would be very expensive and should be fairly simple. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Benjamin Guzman.
Hello. Hello, City Council. My name is Benjamin Pulgar Guzman. I'm a PhD in sociology student at NC State University. As of 2 weekends ago, NC State has experienced a tragic loss of 5 students. They've all died by suicide. 4 students last semester and 1 this semester. When UNC had back-to-back deaths by suicide in 1 weekend, they convened a mental health task force which included the following statistics. 90% of undergraduate students and 87% of graduate students that answered the UNC Chapel Hill National College Health Assessment Survey in fall of 2017 said that they felt overwhelmed. 52% of undergraduate and 40% of graduate respondents said they felt hopeless, and 37% of undergraduate and 31% of graduate respondents said they felt so depressed it was difficult to function. We are waiting for NC State's release of its own task force report. The Student Mental Health Task Force, having convened in the wake of a push for broader accountability and responsibility for following the first 3 deaths, which seemingly occurred in silence. The mental health epidemic has been known to the college, and they let it creep up on us without warning until we caught on. Many deaths too late. The 4th death by suicide occurred on a rainy, cold day in November of last year. I remember. I drove to the dormitories an hour after it happened, thinking I could do something. Everything had cleared. When we confront the administration, they have told us repeatedly the same old story. They tell us our hands are tied. A frequent response is the counseling center is overwhelmed. We say, then hire more counselors. They say there's a counselor shortage. We say, then reimagine the counseling center and its function so you're not just a crisis center, but a mental wellness and conflict management center. And they say, wow, I have no idea how to do my job, so thank you for telling me how to do it. There are initiatives after initiatives, Band-Aid after Band-Aid, on a gaping wound. And this wound cannot be seen the way others can, so it is hard for all parties involved to understand how to remedy it, never mind understand how deep it actually goes. We know that we mentally ache for a better society, for healing from our traumas, for love through our insecurities, and for justice and community in an unequal and individualistic society. We know that we must create a better world, a healthier world, if we want to alleviate the mental pain that so many of us feel on a daily basis. I stand here before you with 5 of my peers underneath this city, when they should be experiencing their first kiss, the heat of the sun, and the embrace of their parents. There's legislation that can be passed and to lay out in law the responsibility that NC State has to the well-being of students. The UNC system in its entirety can be pressured to raise stipends for graduate students, one of the primary causes of mental health challenges at the graduate level. There are public statements that can be made that will go miles in pushing NC State to act according to the student needs. We as a city can set the standard for how we respond to the societal epidemic of the degradation of mental health. NC State is a clear example of where we are. Let us provide an example of where we can be, of where we should be, before another one of your children, your student, and my friend dies. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Manager, can we get with Mr. Benjamin as well as the county together and see, because I know the county has the mental health experts here locally, and also have them reach out to NC State and see how we can help make sure people are serviced. But not just, I know NC State has had that issue, but also just in our overall community, see what the county is doing to help with mental health in Raleigh. Yes. All right, thank you. Andrea Fennell. Okay. Robert Allison. Okay. Kara Sanders. Clark. Cassidy.
Greetings. It is another amazing day in paradise. I identify as Mama Kai, but my government document says that I am Cara Lynn Sanders. So you were almost there, Mr. Branch. No, it's okay. I want to start off by saying thank you for your service. On the first Tuesday of this month, I attended most of both city council meetings. I can't imagine how exhausting it is to sit through these sessions, especially the public comments. So I just want to say thank you again for your service. After I left, I knew I wanted to comment, but being loquacious, which means talkative, I was so distraught by the time limit, so I wondered what I should say. Finally, the thought came, just introduce yourself. So here I go. I am the grateful mom and engaged student of a dynamic, vibrant, charming, intelligent, handsome, beautiful, helpful, caring, emancipated, and liberated young Black male superhero. The name God gave him is wisdom. He is 7, and he is my heart beating outside of me. We currently reside at 1020 Buck Jones Road. My life really began when he was born because I always wanted to be a mom. I was 13 days past my 42nd birthday when I was induced 4 weeks early. He was born on Wednesday, December 23rd, 2015, but I was not prepared when he arrived. In the last 7 years, I've been catching up because I want to be the best good mom, AKA educated mom, I can be for him. So I have taken the 8-week Circle of Security workshop, trained to become a parent coach, am a parent engagement consultant working with NC State on an ECE project for the state of North Carolina, created a 6-week gratitude journal challenge to help people change how their minds operate, spoke at a virtual conference hosted by NC's DHHS last March, am currently on full scholarship in a plant-based coaching course, will speak at a trauma summit hosted by UNC in April of this year, recently became involved with the Raleigh branch of Power Up NC, and my son and I live in a hotel. The address I shared is the hotel we live in. I'm sure that last one might be throwing you for a loop, and well, to be honest, me too. But at this point, I wouldn't change a thing. I have watched my son flourish in the midst of our challenges. He is the super, ultra, mega coolest young Black male superhero ever. On a daily basis, He shows me what I've done right and what I can do better. Apologies are becoming my specialty. He has helped me rise to the woman I've always imagined I could become. Together, we are research assistants for God to provide solutions to some of society's most pressing challenges. The conclusion I have come to is parenting is the problem, but parenting is also the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Niles.
Today marks day 1,111 since CACs were defunded with no plan for replacement. I've been following the progress of the Community Engagement Department, and I spoke to the Engagement Board this month and want to share the same message with you today. CACs were important resources because they provided a one-stop shop for staying informed. I say were because although some CACs are still operating, we lost over half of them. The most devastating of those losses came from Raleigh's minority neighborhoods, and those that remain no longer have full access to city staff and resources. At monthly meetings, attendees would hear a police report, a Parks and Rec report, city staff reports about current issues. You would hear planning department topics. There were 18 local neighborhood meetings each month, providing an opportunity to speak with a local police representative. That has been replaced with an annual Coffee with a Cop event offered at 6 locations. There's no comparison to what we lost. Roughly 200 opportunities across the city throughout the year, reduced to 6. Think about the disastrous impact that this self-inflicted loss of interaction between the community and police has been. Previously, a person did not have to monitor the city website to find out when budget time arrived. Budget personnel automatically came to your CAC. So too with bond proposals, city services, and so much more. You didn't have to consistently monitor the planning department website to find zoning cases in your area. They were automatically brought to your CAC. Now you're only notified if you're within 500 or maybe 1,000 feet. Sometimes not at all if the case is considered too inconsequential to bother. CACs offered an email list for you to receive a monthly newsletter highlighting what would be on this month's agenda. I hope your ultimate engagement program will bring this type of regularly scheduled monthly meeting back. To speak in the analogy used by the Community Engagement Department at your recent retreat, I hope you will offer a regular all-you-can-eat buffet or of engagement so people can attend one regularly scheduled local meeting to be able to stay informed on city issues as they arise. I didn't see anything like that on the menu of choices brought to you. Instead, what I saw was an expectation that residents will be required to search out information from different departmental silos, requiring attendance at multiple meetings at various locations across the city on an irregular cycle. Yes, it's valuable to add more opportunities for engagement that are organized around communities of common interests or departmental meet and greets instead of only geographic neighborhoods. But these should not replace the type of meetings we had before. It should be both and, not either or. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thanks, sir. Sylvia Wiggins.
To Mayor Pro Tem, to the City Council, thank you so much for having me today. Today I'm speaking on struggling homeowners, people that worked all their life to get a house, and now the dream is gone. You know it's bad when an elderly person's dream goes, worked all their life to get a house, and here they are showing them ways to get out of their house, trying to put them in Sir Walter, trying to put them in Glenwood. Do you know what? Then when they go there, oh, you ain't got to worry about paying this. You pay one bill. And they didn't work to pay one bill. And the thing is also taking the seniors out of the neighborhood, and we wonder what's wrong with the neighborhood. What's wrong with the neighborhood? You ain't got no old people in there to tell you stop doing that. You got about young people trying to raise young people. When they had them shootouts and everything, what's wrong? Mama in the midst of it, she's smoking dope with the church. So the thing is, we really got to look out for the fruit that remains. We need to honor our elderly people, and people have worked hard to get their houses, black, white, or brown, because I'm not prejudiced. Anybody that owns property. And the thing is, one area in particular that really bothers me, I've got people that calling me every day. Water bill, $800-900. One lady said, I ain't got a swimming pool. What's going on? Where the water coming from? You don't know where it's coming from. You call the city, they say if it's on your side, it's your problem. On my side, we'll get it. So I think what needs to happen is, in all of this giving out money to these so-called organizations, and you're not getting a success story, you're seeing the same homeless people in the street. You're seeing the same people hungry, soup kitchen line and everything. You got to give to someone that could give some progress. We got to keep some of our people in their homes. Now, we talking about gentrification. Gentrification what? There ain't going to be nothing left to gentrify because everybody done lost the house. I ain't mad. This is the American way. We want people, if you got money to buy a house, buy the house. I ain't mad if nobody bought a house. Some of the best neighbors in the world is some of the people that moved in our neighborhood. I love them to death, but that's not the point. The point is we trying to maintain and hold on to what we got. These people work too hard to get what they got. So the thing is, if you're giving money, all these grants and all this stuff to make people get on their feet, and they ain't on their feet. I see the same people pushing shopping carts at Moore Square. I see the same people with backpacks. They filling them up with personal hygiene items. They doing the fishing pole theory. Okay, don't give me the fish, teach me how to fish. So the thing is, where we're going definitely. We're throwing money in the water, letting it go. You need to put it where it need to be. The stabilization of our seniors, people that's in houses that need to stay down, help them. You know, we need a grant for plumbing. People go up under their house and find out what the one little broken pipe because they don't have the money. I'm out of here. But you know what's up. Helping Hand Mission, Newman House. We all through the pandemic, we did all that, people washing their hands, and our water bill sky high. God bless you.
God bless you. Thank you. Jennifer McKinney.
Good afternoon. My name is Jenny McKinney, and I moved to Raleigh in 2015 from a rural town in western North Carolina to attend NC State University. I graduated valedictorian in 2018 with a sociology degree, but my studies were specifically focused on criminology and inequality. I was seeking to understand my own experiences and those of my neighbors. I would like to give a warning to anyone in this room who has experienced sexual, domestic, or police violence. Please care for your nervous system, breathe, step out of the room if you need to. But I don't think you can fix an epidemic using silence. I'm part of a group that presented 8 demands on February 7th called Raleigh Demands Justice to address police violence and ensure police accountability. I generally don't call the police unless it's a situation that poses a serious threat of violence because I believe they are not equipped or necessary to solve most problems. I also know their mere presence threatens the mental and physical safety of some of my neighbors. When I have called the police for these types of situations, the response has been negligent at best and traumatizing at worst. When I was sexually assaulted, I had to file a report twice because the first officer didn't do it right. Then when they took my abuser's statement, officers accepted a half-page statement claiming he wasn't even there. Rain says 3% of rapists will ever spend a day in jail. My rapist is not one of them. A few months ago, I was at home when I heard my neighbor crying and screaming at the top of her lungs for someone to call the police, and even from 100 yards away, I heard her mention he had a firearm. I made the call. Several minutes later, I heard the man himself taunt her, saying he was waiting for the police and had his rifle right there. I called back and tried to convey the urgency of the situation. At least 20 minutes passed before they showed up. In the end, I watched officers help this man into the passenger side of the police car, not even in handcuffs, and drive away. The man returned to get his car later evening with no event. His back windshield had a sticker that said deplorable and U.S. Army. I don't have to tell you his race. If the system protected anyone, you would think it would be us, white victims of violent crimes who report, but policing is not public safety. Policing is control for the protection of property and those who own it. We see that control enforced not in my neighborhood, but in the communities we have redlined Black people into. Police violence, like sexual and domestic violence, is a pattern of thought and behavior intertwined in a cycle that self-perpetuates and escalates. Daryl Tyree Williams is dead because of a cycle that consistently flows from prejudice to criminalization to over-policing to violence until the police kill someone and the cycle repeats. You all are smart. You have the foresight to know this violence will happen again and again if we continue on this course. So what are you going to do to end the cycle? White supremacy says policing is the answer, that control is the answer. I say the people who will lead us to the answers are those who face the problem day in and day out.
Matthew Brown.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your service, and thank you for letting me speak. The proposed TOD Transit Overlay District that will be coming before you soon, which is part of what Ms. Rainey was alluding to, is massive, impacting hundreds of properties in East Raleigh. The TOD will allow buildings up to 60 feet high or 78 feet if they are offices. Now, there is no reason to impose this district on an area unless you want whatever is there now to be torn down and replaced by buildings that are 60 or 78 feet high. The city's webpage says, quote, "The TOD is not likely to be applied to residential neighborhoods," close quote. But these are mostly residential neighborhoods: Hungry Neck, Idlewild, College Park, Fisher Heights, and Longview. The commercial parts of this TOD are already zoned for taller buildings, so this is mainly affecting residential neighborhoods. And they're wonderful residential neighborhoods with many historic houses, affordable houses, and affordable apartments. They're diverse neighborhoods with black folks, white folks, all ages, all incomes. Some people have been there for generations. Doris Williams on Edenton Street is 91 years old. Her great-grandfather bought her house in 1879. These people love their homes and take care of their homes. They love their neighbors and take care of their neighbors. Why would the city want to run their taxes way up, which this rezoning would do, which would chase the people out so their houses could be demolished? Why? The excuse is that the city needs more people to ride the proposed super BRT bus line on Newbern. But the people who move into the new condos and apartments will all have cars, and half of them will work from home. And who knows if the BRT will happen? We don't have enough drivers for the buses we have. It all seems very sketchy. So why destroy these neighborhoods? These neighborhoods and these people are what make Raleigh wonderful. You don't want to see them destroyed, and you don't have to. You can vote no to this TOD. This is your superpower as members of this council. Thank you.
Nicole Williams. Nicole Williams. Stacy May. Oh, you're Nicole? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nicole Williams. I'd like to thank the council for allowing me to speak. I'm here today to talk about something that several other people have talked about, which is the affordable housing in Raleigh. I myself am homeless, and I've been that way since November of 2021. According to endhomelessness.org, the rate of homelessness has been stagnant from 2018 to 2020 at over 500,000 living in homelessness, and the stats for 2021 and above have not been set. The rate of the shelter homelessness population has gone down 24%, and the unsheltered population has gone up 231% since 2007. The homelessness population includes men, women, unaccompanied youth, families, veterans, and chronically homeless. A chronically homeless person are those who have been homeless over a year or have been in 3 bouts of homelessness over the past 3 years. Unsheltered homeless define those who sleep in spaces deemed inappropriate for human habitation, i.e. cars, parked streets, abandoned buildings, etc. People end up in these situations for various reasons other than the regularly assumed drugs, alcohol, and gambling. And while people with these issues are included in the population, there are also people who are forced into the situation because they can't afford gouging rent prices, they were laid off, they're too ill or were discriminated from work because of their illness, are mentally ill and challenged to maintain jobs, have been in sex trafficking, have been abused, domestic violence, natural disaster, economic disasters, and being in homelessness is traumatic itself. So I've been in homelessness because I've been challenged with mobility issues, somewhat of a disability. And even as I work part-time, the amount that I made did not allow me to be independent and afford housing. What I have experienced since I've been here, like other women, is that Oak City Cares, which is an agency for the homeless, have been passing out vouchers that people can't even use. Nobody's accepting these vouchers. I looked on your website and I saw that there's ongoing projects currently in every field except for affordable housing and art, and that's unacceptable. What I see around the city every day, I ride around different sections and I see buildings and developments going up everywhere, but none of them are geared toward affordable housing. People are being pushed out of their homes with 30 days notice. People who are senior, they've been there, lived all their life. The affordable project housing is going down so that people can tear them down and build condominiums and such. And so I just feel like I'm a person, I never thought I would be in a situation. I grew up, I had a promising future. I was on the dean's list. I'm a Gilman scholar, and I never saw myself being here, but I am. And then when I'm here, I'm being challenged to get into housing because you have shelter programs that are geared, they're not set up properly for what the people are going through. And this needs to be revamped, and you guys need to come up with a situation. I know that you took funding back last September from the city and accounted for them, but you should allocate those funds to your own specific program to put people in homelessness and people who have been evicted, who are being punished endlessly, even though they're paid, they still can't get into housing.
Yes, ma'am.
Incarcerated people can't get into housing. So Raleigh boasts itself of being big in business, and that's great, but you're only as good as the status and the condition of those that are vulnerable in the city.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam Manager, we had 2 individuals from housing. Can someone from staff follow up with them? I do know of apartment complex that just opened in Southgate dealing with affordable housing, and staff may know of others. And I know another one being built right now. So if staff can just follow up with them.
We'll get her phone number and follow back up with
All
her
right,
tomorrow.
thank you. Stacy May. Okay. Dr. Kimberly Mentarian.
Good afternoon, Council, members of City Raleigh. I'm here again to talk about the lynchings in the city of Raleigh. And as we grandiose on the prosperity of the city, it is imperative that we take a look at the character of our city, the true character that we don't want to see displayed after the Hurricanes games. Let me say this. In the city of Raleigh, District C has held at least 9 murders of minorities within the last 10 years of the 13 people who have died in this city. Only 1 white male has died out the 13. This is a horrible record for people of color. And we are asking you again to not only adopt the anti-lynching project, but to remember that you swore to stand with George Floyd. George Floyd is not your issue. It is your issue. When you spend $27 million to hide the atrocities of Minneapolis, how much money are we going to spend to hide our crimes in our city? And as you well know, we have millions of dollars where we've paid for the misconduct of Omar Abdullah, where the victims are in Southeast Raleigh. And I want to know, how aware are you, our city councilman, in the process of the misconduct? Are citizens writing a blank check for bad officers? 25 men held in custody at $250,000 bonds with no evidence. And I did not hear any of you say one word about misconduct. My question to you, City Council, do you expect taxpayers to pay for the hate crimes? And are those hate crimes a part of your crimes that Ms. Octavia Rainey is asking for? Are you keeping a record of your own crimes? Because they should be included in the atrocities that you do unto the black man and the black women of Southeast Raleigh. Today, I'm asking you to come up with a resolution and research, provide us how the city council members, the new city council members, can be a part of understanding the processes of what the police officers are doing, the grievances that are filed, and how much money is being spent to wage war on its own citizens by hiring more attorneys in issues that we know that the city is fragrant for. It is not fair. We cannot even afford to stay in the city, let alone pray for the hate of that city. It is unfair, it's unjust, and I don't care how many meetings and trainings you have, it will never be enough. Thank you.
Next, we had Danny Coleman.
Excuse me, will you all commit to that, anybody?
We'll follow up with you, as I met with you earlier.
Right, because we can't afford to die on your watch.
Next, we had Danny Coleman.
Mr. Coleman was unable to attend, but he did email his comments, and they have been shared with you all and will be part of the record.
Thank you. Miss Brittany Fortrell.
Good afternoon. I'm here today to point out, I don't know if you guys got my emails, because I email you guys a lot, but never get responses. I spoke out about the Oak City Business Lab grants and the corruption that was going on with that. I emailed all type of senators and program directors and the Carolina Small Business Development Fund, who it's going through. And I got retaliation because of it. The program director, I'm sure he's in here, and he knows who he is. And so now they've targeted what is mostly black businesses in Raleigh, small businesses. They put on the ineligible business list, no online businesses qualify, no home-based businesses, no hairdressers and barbers, and things of that nature. So they are targeting the black businesses now on purpose because of retaliation of me speaking out publicly about what was going on. They've also allowed, the change that they made was, if you were a 2020 recipient of any Raleigh Relief Funds, you could apply if you got funding in 2020, but if you did last year, now you can't. So it's just discrimination. And I've told you guys about it. I've sent emails to the city council. It's illegal. It's a crime. It's a violation of our federal rights. And you guys are letting it go on. And so I just wanted to put that out there. I know y'all probably not gonna do nothing about it, so I have to go my legal route, but this is the stuff that's gonna come at the city with y'all, because y'all allowing crimes to go on. You guys are allowing organizations out here to violate our rights, federal constitutional rights. Forget your statutes and your charges. You guys violate a lot of federal rights to the city, to the people in the city. Secondly, what I wanted to bring up is, and you guys keep emailing, what should we do, and to tell you ideas of how you should spend the, is it the 2024 fiscal budget? Let me see if I got it right. Yes, I think it's the 2024 fiscal budget. One of my ideas that I would say your public nuisance liens are egregious. You guys know we're in an economic crisis here in this country. You got hardworking citizens that are trying to stay in their homes and pay all the taxes and things that you were speaking about. And one thing that you could do, this budget, take some money out and have the acorns go. When they see a public nuisance lien, have the acorns go to the person's house to see if they're old or mentally ill, and see if they can help them with the grass being cut or whatever that issue is. And then take that money, if they can't afford to get it done, take that budget money and help them get that fixed, because these are hardworking citizens here in Raleigh that are paying for their homes and things like that. Also, just to let you guys know, you guys do a horrible job. You're probably the worst, among the worst city council to reign in Raleigh. You guys are horrible. 3 minutes is not enough, and you're lucky I'm complying today because I really want to, stay longer.
All right, thank you. That's the last speaker that we had signed up for a public comment. We'll now go into our Planning Commission report.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Bynum Walter, Planning and Development. Going to walk you through a reminder of what we already have scheduled for public hearing and talk to you about items coming out of the report of Planning Commission today. So our next meeting on March 7th, we have a couple of afternoon public hearings scheduled. These are continuations of public hearings from earlier meetings. But those two items are both from, and then we have some evening public hearings scheduled as well. Wakefield Small Area Plan coming out. North Hills is coming back to you. That's a continuation. Falls of Neuse Road is a new case. Willard Place is a new case, and so is Mitchell Mill Road. And this information should also be printed in your agenda packets. And then later in March, we also have a number of items scheduled for public hearing. I believe all of these have fire-related concerns, and we've packaged these here to get, you have very wisely deferred them all to the same date so that we could have the benefit of this morning's work session before you took them back up. So coming out of Planning Commission, we have 4 items. Clearfield Drive, we are going to be recommending for March 7th. That is a difference from what's published in the agenda. The applicant has specifically asked for March 7th. 2 items for March 21st. And then the Southeast Special Study Area is coming out of Planning Commission. We're recommending a April 4 public hearing for that item. So just walking through these in the order they appear on the agenda. Falls of Neuse Road. This is going from R4 to OX. This is a request to, really brought by the applicant in an effort to establish a personal service business here, a salon. And we are recommending a March 21 public hearing for this. The next item on the agenda is the Auburn-Knightdale Road rezoning. This does require annexation. It's within the Southeast Special Study Area. Planning Commission recommends approval, recommending a March 21st public hearing here. This item does have fire service concerns. It also is a special exception to the annexation policy that was brought forward by a new annexation resolution that the council passed last year. And then Clearfield Drive, I mentioned before, Planning Commission recommends approval, and we are supporting the applicant's request here for a March 7 public hearing. And then finally, the Southeast Special Study Area. So this is down on the south side of Pool Road, encompasses a long segment of the Neuse River and our Neuse River Resource Recovery Facility in the Randley Tract, recommending an evening public hearing of April 4 for this. Want a little bit more time for notice for that. And Planning Commission recommends approval with a very minor revision to the amendments as proposed by the project. So those are the recommendations for public hearing. What questions can I answer for you before you act to set hearings?
Can you bring up the slide with the recommended dates?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Do you know why the applicant for Clearfield Drive has requested this specific date?
They had been delayed at Planning Commission, and we had talked with them about an earlier public hearing to keep their timeline on track. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
Can we go through how many are already scheduled for each date just one more time before we add more? How many are on March 7th?
So March 7th in the afternoon, you have 2, and in the evening, you have 5. And March 21st, those are all afternoon, you have 6 items there already.
And 3 are annexations.
3 are annexations. Yep.
And then
So
you have
adding
the
one on the 7th, that would be in the evening. 2 on the 21st, that would be in the afternoon. And then there's nothing scheduled for April 4 yet, which is where we're recommending that the Southeast study go. Or when, rather.
All right, any questions or recommendations? Motions? Kimber got that. Others.
Move to approve the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second to approve the report of recommended council recommended public hearings from staff. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed have the same right. Motion carries. All right. We now have our special items. First one is rezoning Z7422.
Right, this is Leicester Court. This is a very small parcel. We have been working with the applicant on some revised zoning conditions. Those are in your packet. The Planning Commission recommends approval, and we are ready to schedule a public hearing. You could choose for March 21st or April 4th, whichever suits your desire.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
The agenda says recommended hearing date March 7th, but you just
That's
said,
fine. That's also fine.
Yeah,
Sorry.
she's saying any of those dates.
Yeah.
but you said the other one was the 21st.
You could do the 21st or April 4th.
Or April 4th.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Councilmember Harrison's yours. So.
Yeah, the earlier date is fine with me, so I'll make that motion.
Which date? Which date?
Sorry, what's the earliest one?
March 7th.
Thank you, March 7th.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and probably second for the public hearing on March 7th. All in favor say aye. Those opposed have the same right. Motion carries unanimously. Next, we have rezoning Z6722.
Right, this is on Skyland Ridge Parkway. You should have received a handout at the table. So the conditions for this case, we had received signed conditions for staff review within the required timing requirements. The applicant made minor revisions to one of the conditions after the agenda was published and provided signed conditions by Friday as required to be able for you all to be able to set the hearing. So this is just under 18 acres out in the Briar Creek area. The zoning condition, this is a new condition that you did not see at the table last time. It's an offer for some affordable housing if they build more than 400 units. The difference between what's in the published agenda and what you have in your hand is in how they calculate the number of units and the percent. It's a pretty technical, it's not a different offer. They're still saying they're going to offer some percentage of affordable units above if they build more than 400 units. It's just how they calculate those numbers. And so the matter before you today is to schedule the public hearing. And if we've already reviewed dates that are available. I think it's really up to you about when you want to make that choice, the 7th or the 21st or the 4th.
Okay. I believe Councilor Jones, you have a question about this one and you wanted it to go to committee?
So the question, the concern, or I'll just call it, we got a letter today from RDU about the airport authority and their the height restrictions, and that would affect the affordability requirement if the airport decides that they don't allow 20 stories. So I'd like some more clarification on that and understanding what all goes into that, because I just got that today. So that was my idea of, or my thought in sending it to committee so that we can, in the transit committee, so that we can have a more, much deeper discussion, since that affects more than just this zoning, this case. You know, the airport overlay as opposed to what the airport jurisdiction is much wider, and I'd like to understand it better before making any determinations on the development in the area.
Right, so I can provide a little bit of information that might be helpful to you and other council members. So the airport overlay is a zoning overlay that the city maintains in areas that are documented by the airport in coordination with the airport, where we know there is frequent flight pattern. And because of that, residential is generally prohibited in those areas. The area in question for this rezoning is not in the regulatory city airport overlay district. The airport does have some jurisdiction based on remarks from the airport authority that wrote to you and that I have spoken with, has indicated that any construction here would have to pursue approval from the airport authority. That is not something that the city regulates. And they are in consideration of alternate runway paths and expanded or improved runway. And I think based on our conversations with them, they anticipate asking us in the future to change the airport overlay extent. But at this point, they are not able to map that for us. And so we are not able to regulate in support of that without knowing the exact path. So there's a little bit of uncertainty there. So that's just kind of broadly. And then I would say, I would suggest holding the public hearing and let us bring you some more information at the time of public hearing and then make a decision about whether or not you want to go to committee.
I see. So do the public hearing first is what you're recommending?
That would be my suggestion, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, I'm good with that.
April 4th. Do you have a date or time that you?
I think April 4th.
That's fine.
Okay. Is that your motion?
Yes, I move to set the public hearing date for Z7 or Z67 for April 4th.
It's been moved and properly second for a public hearing for Z6722 to be held April 4th. All in favor say aye. Those opposed have the same right. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We now move to our city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Branch. We have 3 items today under the manager's report. The first of which is the solid waste services update. I see Stan Joseph instead of Shadell. So Stan Joseph, who is our solid waste services director, will present this item.
Good afternoon, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, thank you. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Stan Joseph, Solid Waste Services Director. For those of you who do know me, I'm still Stan Joseph, Solid Waste Director, which, if you don't know, is the happiest place on earth. At least I think so. I do want to take some time to thank my amazing Solid Waste Services team who work hard in very difficult conditions every single day to deliver services to almost 500,000 residents in our great city. I also want to give a shout out to my Assistant Director, Shadell Lester, my Administrative Manager, Marianne Sweden, and my Fiscal Supervisor, Kathleen Mitchell. I'll be honest, they're the ones who do all the work in the department, and they just make me look good, which is a hard thing to do with this face for radio. It's really nice moving from virtual to having these meetings in person. I think, I like personal interactions and seeing everyone's faces. Also gives me an opportunity to wear long pants again. Because sometimes when I was virtual, I wore short pants. But, so I'm the only one, I guess. Anyway, I want to start by talking a little bit of trash. And today I'm going to give you an overview of solid waste services, as well as I'd like to get your input and have a general conversations about some opportunities in our yard waste program. Here's an overview of our services. These are specific to our residential services that are covered under garbage and our recycling fees. We service over 124,000 residential households, and we provide all of our customers with weekly garbage, biweekly recycling, and biweekly yard waste. Of those customers, just over 1,800 are serviced as part of our Needs Assist program, which is where we provide backdoor collection for our residents who are unable to get their cart safely to the curb due to a permanent or temporary disability. We also provide curbside residential collection of electronics weekly by customer request. We also offer several additional services that aren't fully covered by our normal user fees. They fall outside of kind of the traditional business model for municipal solid waste program. These services include a full-service yard waste processing facility that our residents love, where we take the material that we collect curbside, and we process it into usable products that end up in gardens and in landscapes throughout the city. We also provide bulky and special load collections for residential customers per their request. Recycling and garbage collection to the downtown central business district customers. We also collect bus stops, and we provide recycling collection of over 201 multifamily locations in the city. In addition to that, we provide several services that we do not have a revenue source to fund. And some of those are, we provide service to 3 recycling convenience sites throughout the city. We provide dead animal collection, waste and recycling services for a lot of our city-sponsored events, which is thankfully continuously growing. We also provide collection for our social district. We also do seasonal services such as grease and Christmas tree collection, and we collect items that are illegally dumped in the public. As a department, like many of the other departments in our city, we've experienced several challenges in the past few years. We've experienced staffing and recruitment challenges. For the past year, solid waste has operated at least a 16% vacancy rate. At our highest point, we were at 30% vacancy rate. To date, we have 34 of our 210 positions vacant. 24 of them are some of our most critical positions within our operations division. We have been in almost a constant state of recruitment due to high turnover, a long recruitment process due to the competitive labor market, and labor market shortages, which I'm telling you things that you probably already know. So, inflation, of course, has increased expenses department-wide in the way of fuel costs, supplies and equipment, and our supply chain shortages sometimes threaten our service delivery due to the increased time in receiving critical equipment and replacement parts for equipment. Despite these challenges, our dedicated and resilient staff have put in very long hours and have taken on additional tasks to not only maintain our services, but continue to push forward on some major initiatives that I'd like to just mention to you. We've improved our yard waste processing facility to improve the traffic flow. We used to have an issue on New Bern with traffic as folks were turned into our yard waste center, and so we've added an additional access gate there. We've addressed areas of erosion in our closed landfill that runs between 2 of the cells. We've enhanced the reliability of our service through initiatives such as our yard waste enhancement program changes, which I will talk to you about a little bit later, and we've increased our operational efficiencies. One of the best examples of this would be our ability to process and distribute incoming material into usable outbound products in our yard waste center. We've actually increased our distribution rate by over 65% since FY18. For those of you who are not familiar with our story, we would take in more yard waste debris that we could process out, and whatever was left over, we would store it on site. And after 10 years of doing this, these became known as what we now know and is called the infamous legacy pile. Some of you were here, some may not have been here. This is just a reminder of the piles that were in our yard waste center, which were at times over 40 feet high and consumed probably 28 acres of our overall 62 usable acres at our yard waste center that we process our yard waste with. It was an estimate of 350,000 cubic yards of backlog material. And with council help and support, they approved the remediation of this situation. Since then, Solid Waste has worked with a contractor to remove these piles and reuse it in mining remediation efforts and not just put it in a landfill. So here's a few aerial photos of the piles back in March 2021. As you can see, we've made significant progress to date. This will just take you really quickly through the legacy pile update when we first started our removal. Once we got the top layers off, we saw that there were still material that was underground because it had been there for so long. And so at the end of it all, after we amended our contract, we will have removed almost 500,000 cubic yards of material and used in remediation of mine reclamation. I want to talk a little bit about recycling and what's going on in the industry. We've talked about that for some time. It's a great interest area, and we continuously monitor it. As a reminder, back in 2018, the recycling industry, just the bottom fell out and declined significantly due to the national sword policy in China, where they enacted bans on over 24 categories of materials that we were shipping overseas. When we first started up the recycling market, we were kind of a one-trick pony where we would process it stateside and just ship it, the majority of it, to China. And once that ban occurred, it really sent the industry into kind of a spiral of what we do next. The change really caused a trickle-down effect that increased the cost of processors worldwide, and some municipalities in the United States actually suspended their curbside recycling program. City of Raleigh was not one of those municipalities. The increased costs were passed down to the city in the fall of 2019 through contract negotiations and then to our customers through a fee in July of 2020 as part of the FY21 budget process. Since 2020, the weighted average price, which is kind of the overall price of recycling commodities, have continued to fluctuate and remains not significantly stable. The graph on the left represents the price per ton to process materials from June to 2021, and the graph to the right represents the weighted average price for July to September. I think without really knowing the ins and outs of the details and the calculations, as you can see, there's been a significant decline in the commodity marketing. The red line on the right side represents what it costs processors to process 1 ton of recyclables. And, when you're selling recyclable commodities for $60 to $80 per ton and your operating cost is $110 per ton, that's kind of a going out of business plan. So obviously those costs are being passed through to the processors, municipalities to maintain recycling programs. I'd like to talk a little bit, and this is kind of the focus area, about our recent yard waste enhancement program. And when I say recent, I mean that we went live with it July 1st of 2022. As a reminder, the yard waste program changes were proposed to mitigate the unpredictability and unreliability of the yard waste program. The previous service model we had posed a lot of environmental concerns as well as safety concerns for our employees and at times our residents. In order to position ourselves for future enhancements and mitigate those concerns, several changes were approved by council, including biweekly yard waste collection, providing city-issued 96-gallon yard waste carts, and eliminating completely the use of plastic bags. At that time, council also created limitations on the volume of material that was placed at the curb. Again, here's just kind of the highlights of our yard waste enhancement that was about 3 years in the making. Since then, we've worked towards the new service model for yard waste. During our communication campaign a couple of years ago, before we rolled this out, as we met and spoke with residents and focus groups and conducted surveys, we offered customers and HOAs the opportunity to opt out of receiving carts if they chose not to, and that was really a successful program. We received just under 14,000 opt-outs that resulted in a savings of over $700,000 in what we would have spent on unwanted carts, and an estimated of $250,000 in labor to collect them if after we delivered them. By June 2022, over 110,000 carts were delivered to customers in just under 5 weeks. And again, on July 5th of 2022, our program changes became effective. Since then, we've been continuing to evaluate those service changes, as we do every time we make a significant change in our service model. So far, we've learned some valuable lessons. We learned that the new guidelines result in less contamination, which is better for our environment. Taking those plastic bags that were ending up in our mulch and items that we process and give to our residents in their yards was huge. And I think that you see a lot of municipalities throughout the region that are following our lead. The volume limitations created more predictable routes and more reliable service, which was some of the things that our residents were asking for and asked us for during our focus groups. We also learned about a few opportunities for improvement. One example is that customers, although they have a great deal of capacity in theory with the 95-gallon cart and up to 15 biodegradable bags and bundles on the curb, what we're seeing is they're not using the biodegradable bags as much as they did the plastic bags. Based on data and feedback, customers prefer using carts over biodegradable bags and are asking for more city-issued carts. We also understand that the new changes may be difficult for some customers. Some customers may have more volume than others. There's not one yard in this city or area that looks like the other, depending on where you live. And so it's sometimes difficult to create a framework where everybody is content with the level of service. But we continue to collect that important feedback, and myself and staff has spoken to many of your constituents that likely have spoken to you about their input about some of those things. But for some people, carts are just easier than bags. So what's next? Like I said, it's always a balancing act, between available resources and customer preference and customer expectations. How do we balance the need to maintain the environment and safety benefits enhanced by our changes while meeting some of the preferences of our customers? How do we provide a higher level of service with the same resources that we have today? There are several options we'd like to discuss, get your input on, and research further to bring back to you at a later date. But first, let's take a little bit about what other municipalities are doing in this space. Generally, we looked at areas around the region, and I'll just point out a couple things here. The bottom monthly fee service is the service that those municipalities pay for all the services that are provided. As you can see, we're highly competitive, although we provide at times, much higher level of service to our customers. I mean, you look at Durham, for example. Durham has a subscription type-based yard waste service where they charge $7.50 for base rate, and then they charge $1.50 for each additional cart up to 4. And then Zebulon and Apex, they have a high level of service. They use at least 3 pieces of equipment just to provide yard waste service, which includes a grappling truck to pick up the large limbs. They use a chipper to chip it right on place and take it to a processing facility. And they use a vacuum truck for leaf collection year-round. We've been analyzing feedback from residents. We've been monitoring the volume at the curb and tracking data such as miscollections, route completion times, and the contamination rates. And based on this information, we're here to present several options to explore in the coming months and hopeful to get your feedback and input on them. Where we landed based on that information is really just 3 options based on the feedback from customers and the data that we've collected. Option number 1 is moving from a biweekly frequency to a weekly frequency. That provides double the capacity of what our residents are getting right now. I will say that when we look at municipalities in the state of North Carolina, even if we look at municipalities throughout the United States, I speak to my colleagues all the time, The general push in this industry is to automate service for all kinds of reasons. I think that when we automate the service, we think about safety, we think about reliability because it's more efficient. We think about the time when we suspended yard waste because we had 3-person crews, and during the pandemic, we had to pivot and not do that anymore. But with an automated, we're able to just have a very efficient, safe, and reliable service, and that's the way cities our size move. That being said, I think with that comes some challenges, including, the bags and the bundles. It's tough to automate service when the driver has to get out and load bags and bundles and whatnot. So one of the other options, as in option one, would be to provide additional carts as requested for an additional fee. In option two, which is where we're currently at, is basically presenting no change. We have biweekly service. We allow 10 bags, compostable bags for additional volume. And then seasonally, we add 5 more bags to that during the leaf season. And we allow 5 bundles at the curb. Right now, we do not allow additional carts because we wanted to spend the time really gathering the data on the volume and monitoring any service change that we roll out. But we're certainly willing to hear feedback regarding additional carts as well. And then finally, when you look at the Durham model, I think that could be applicable in other municipalities where you go to a subscription type service for the folks that want that service and they want it badly and they want a certain level of it based on where they live and their neighborhoods and those sort of things. So before we move on to the next slide, because I really just have one, which is gathering your input, I'd like to stop here and just answer any questions that you might have about the information that I just presented.
All right. So I have a question. As far as the cart fee, what is that cart fee?
The cart fee for...
You have monthly extra cart fee.
For if we implemented that? Yeah, I think, I could give you an estimate right now. Obviously, we haven't gathered all the information to come back during a budget season and give you specific numbers. But I'd venture to say that cart fee could run anywhere from 75 cents to $1.50. Don't write that down.
Too late. And I know that may change. That's just an estimate.
Yes.
That's just an estimate. Start here. I always start there. I'm starting here.
Just to clarify, if we were to select option 3 with the subscription for weekly service, would biweekly service persist for the residents who elect not to subscribe, or if you don't subscribe, you would receive no?
Yeah, so it would be, this is a complete different change. And I think what is important is a couple things. I think the timing of how long it would take to get these done. But if you selected an option 3, which, we would really just bring back more information for you to make a decision on these options, that would be the only option that the city would have. I hope that answered your questions. All right.
Yeah, I just wanted to encourage the weekly option. I think that would really help folks out who are struggling to know what to do with their yard waste, have too much of it, especially in the fall. If we choose one of these options, I assume there are different costs that are associated. Are you going to bring us the cost before we would make a full final
100%.
decision? Okay.
And I think, as a matter of fact, Counselor, I was speaking to one of your constituents for an extended period of time, but a very sweet lady, regarding exactly what you just said. We would go and get the data, bring it back for you so you'd have all the information. And honestly, this isn't a decision to select, but really gather your input and come back to you with some additional information.
Okay. I also think the additional carts, I know for some, are very interested in that, having that option. And sorry, just to clarify on the subscription, so that would automatically, everyone would have to subscribe for what for what?
Yeah, so, subscription service, currently we provide carts to all of the households in the city of Raleigh unless they don't want them for yard waste. For subscription, you'd have to basically opt into that service.
Okay.
And pay for it.
Okay.
And, for the folks that don't have that service, really, they wouldn't have to pay for it. So,
Yeah, it's also something worth looking at.
yeah. Right now, we're funded and our residents pay recycling and garbage fees, which we do all of our services based on those fees.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I have a question really around that subscription piece, and I know you have to look into it further, but would it be a yearly thing? Or because some people may say, well, I only have yard waste issues a certain time of the year. So would there be a minimum amount of time in which they would have to subscribe? Or would it have to be for the whole year, and they renew? How would this work?
The minimum amount of time would be a year, simply because it's just too difficult to manage you'd be delivering and pulling carts back all the time, or rerouting constantly the drivers, and it just would become very resource intensive. Okay. So if you opted in or you wanted a subscription-based service, you'd be paying for it for the entire year.
But if we did option 1 or option 2, that would still include everybody across the city.
That is correct.
Okay.
As it is now.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. This was definitely good information. I know you're going to come back with data. I would share this. I like either option 1 or 2, because I know there's some in the community that they're only going to probably give you a lot of waste in the fall, or if there's a storm. And I know we have something special we'll do if case there was a major storm or something of that nature. But to have someone to have to wait, because this is my other question, would it be a rolling subscription, or is it they have to opt in at a certain time frame?
I think we could probably come back and explore both. My initial reaction to that would probably say it would not be a rolling subscription. It would be kind of like we do our fees right now, where you get billed monthly for it.
Okay, all right.
For the full 12 months.
Okay.
Can I ask a question about recycling?
Sure.
So you mentioned our fees went up recently. I think 2020 were raised by $2. So do those fees fully cover our costs? Because you're also showing how the cost has gone up quite a bit.
Yes. So we planned for the worst case scenario with the fees with the information that we had at the time. Mm-hmm. They do fully cover what we're paying to the processor. I think it's really difficult to have a contract with a processor who doesn't know what's going to happen next. Mm-hmm. And so, even though we have a contract with them, they do have terms where they say if we fall backwards or this keeps declining even further, we may have to come back to you and revisit what we're doing and our fees. But as of right now, with the current contract that we have in place, it does.
And are you aware, are there any concerns with the way that we are recycling, like in terms of individual household behavior, what we are putting into our recycling bins? Yes. Are there concerns over what people are putting in there? Is our materials clean for recycling?
That's a great question. There are absolutely concerns. Yes, I think
opportunities for improvement.
Yes, always opportunities for improvement. We have a very robust and vibrant public outreach and education. We have staff that talk to our customers all the time, work on our websites, on our media that goes out. But yeah, because I think the big point here is the more that we can be an ambassador and say we've got to get away from contaminating our recycling so much, the lower our fees will be, because a large part of what processors charge is the disposal of the residual, what's left over once they pull out all the commodities.
Will they give us a lower cost for cleaner materials?
100% they will.
Okay,
yes.
So like yogurt containers, you would need to clean those out if you put them in your recycling bin?
Well, okay. Let me just qualify what I said. Okay. When you say cleaner material, I'm thinking less contaminated material. They don't want a yogurt container full of yogurt, but I don't know that it's always the most prudent thing to expend resources like water and time making a yogurt container spotless, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like some of that education is just ongoing for myself too.
Okay. Gotcha.
To amplify that point, has there been discussion on multi-stream, like we have commingled recycling right now. If we separated them more in our households, would we be producing a better product that would be more economical?
I think our business model, we changed from that. I think years back you had the 2 bins where all they really took was, aluminum and paper products, and then we went to single stream because we felt at that time that we could collect more material, and we did. However, I think that, based on the model that we have right now, going backwards to separating it at the curbside, we'd have to change kind of the collection and processing model with the processors. And I don't necessarily want to be, I wouldn't necessarily want to recommend chasing the market, because we have seen it come completely back up, because I think what the United States learned was we needed to rethink our business model around recycling. So you don't see commodities going to China anymore. They're going to Thailand. And we're starting to have more mills in the United States and using the product domestically, which is what we should have been doing in the first place.
Okay. Definitely thank you for the information and presentation.
The next item is the Raleigh Parks Systems Plan Update. We have TJ McCourt from PRCR here to present this item.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor Pro Tem. As the manager mentioned, my name is TJ McCord. I'm a planning supervisor with the Parks, Recreation, Cultural Resources Department, sharing some information with you today on a project we have coming up to update our park system plan. The Park System Plan is a long-range planning document. It guides the direction, development, and delivery of everything we do in the Parks Department here. That's our recreation programs, all of our cultural and historic resources. This plan was adopted in 2014 and is intended to exist for a 20-year planning horizon. So we're right about at the halfway point here, coming up in 2024. This is going to be our first major update to the Park System Plan since it was developed, and we're going to undertake this update with a very intentional focus on equity throughout the park system. This is going to make sure that we are consistent with the City of Raleigh's latest policies around social and racial equity, as well as best practices as put forth by the National Recreation Parks Association and other best practices around the country. In this presentation, I'll step through the scope of work that we've divided up into these 4 main focus areas. I'll go through each of those at a time. First and foremost, taking a look at equity in the park system. This is going to be a holistic review for us of all of our plans, policies, practices, and goals for the park system, focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion in everything that we do. Again, it's going to help bring us into alignment with all the new policies that have been adopted for the city. Make sure we're in alignment with the strategic plan and the comprehensive plan, everything that's changed in the decades since this plan was first adopted. It's also going to help us toward our goal of seeking accreditation through the Commission for Accreditation of Park and Recreation Agencies. And ultimately, it's going to be an opportunity for us to engage in some conversations with the community, some storytelling to help us understand, the past of Raleigh's park system, the legacies from segregation, from the past 200 years of how our park system has developed today, how we see those historical impacts on our present situation, where we have barriers to park access, where we have opportunities to improve for folks' access to the recreation services that we provide, and how ultimately we can set a vision for the future for a park system that's going to be resilient to change, that's going to be adaptive to growth and displacement, and ultimately give us a park system that's going to work for everybody in the city of Raleigh. I won't spend too much time, but just by way of visualization, wanted to share. This is a map that illustrates one of the tools we use to evaluate equity in the park system today. This map here illustrates something that we developed in partnership with Wake County's Health and Human Services, identifying areas in the city that are most vulnerable to negative health outcomes. These are health outcomes like childhood obesity, heart disease, chronic stress, or depression. Health outcomes we know can be improved with better access to green spaces, to safe places to play, recreation opportunities, neighborhoods that really rely on all of the services that we provide as a city and who are going to benefit most from those services. So we're going to take a fresh look at tools like this, advance them, develop them further to make sure that when we're making investments in communities, we're getting the biggest bang for our buck and making, again, a difference for the folks who rely the most on our services and are going to benefit the most from the programs we provide. To that end, we're going to be undergoing a reevaluation of our recreation program plan and user fee study. This will give us an opportunity to evaluate our current user fee philosophy, structures for different recreation programs, and cost recovery goals to make sure that our programs are accessible to everybody in the city who relies on them, regardless of their economic situation, but also is going to make sure that we are fiscally sustainable in the programs we offer over the long term. It's also going to give us an opportunity to do a gap analysis, right? A lot has changed since 2014. A lot of new priorities in terms of parks and recreation have come to light. This is going to give us a chance to work with the community, dig in, and make sure that everything that we're offering matches up with today's expectations. On the data side, we'll be taking a fresh look at how we measure park access level of service and a lot of the modeling that we do to determine priorities for everything from CIP budgeting to where new parks bond projects might be located and where and how we're delivering recreation programs throughout the city. Opportunity to take, again, a fresh look at all of this modeling to make sure the database decisions that we're making are on par with best practices throughout the city. It's also, again, on that storytelling note, an opportunity to engage in some data visualization, to put out some tools that are going to be accessible to the public, to make sure that folks in the city of Raleigh have a better understanding of what opportunities are out there for them, where parks are located, and a little bit more transparency in how we make decisions when we're prioritizing things. We think making this data available and user-friendly and interactive goes a long way to helping people understand why we make the decisions that we do. To that end, again, won't spend too much time digging into this one, but this map here shows our current park access level of service model throughout the city. This is where we look at the distance you have to travel to get to your nearest park or greenway, the amount of open space acreage you have nearby, the access to the different variety and quantity of park experiences. And we use this, again, with that equity layer, a number of tools that we have to help identify where in the city we need to improve park access level of service. Finally, we're going to be producing a progress report and implementation plan as part of this update. The system plan has been in action for about a decade now, and we want to know how we've performed so far on the goals and action items we set out for ourselves back in 2014. So the progress report is going to tell us that. We'll also be bringing you proposed amendments to the comprehensive plan as part of this project. Again, what we put forth in the system plan is going to reverberate and line up with the comprehensive plan, the strategic plan, to make sure that everything we do from our day-to-day staff responsibilities and annual staff goals directly feed in and are in perfect alignment with the city's strategic goals for the future. Again, our efforts there are going to be about being transparent and user-friendly. So this is a document that's, doesn't just sit on a shelf, but is usable for staff, frontline staff at our community centers, as well as available for the public to understand, again, what our goals are for the future. Throughout the project, I do want to emphasize community engagement is going to be foundational to everything that we're doing here. Not only are we going to review our existing engagement outreach plans and policies that we have here in the Parks Department and in the city of Raleigh, but we're also going to develop an engagement plan that is going to be inclusive, authentic, and we are the Parks Department. We have a good opportunity here to make it a lot of fun to be involved. We're going to make sure it's easy for people to get involved, meeting them where they are, whether that's out on the greenway trails, at grocery stores, at community events. Again, a lot of opportunity here to make sure it's easy for people to engage in this project. We're going to be working with the Office of Community Engagement closely to build on the Community Connectors program to make sure that it's not just kind of a top-down process where city staff is the only one doing the talking. We want to empower neighborhood leaders, community leaders to get out, use their own networks to spread the word, to make sure that the feedback we're getting is authentic, realistic, and paints a true picture of how people in the city feel about our Parks Department. Of course, we always use a mixed method approach to make sure that whether it's online, in person, in writing, multilingual, we want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to engage in a way that meets their needs, meets their preferences. And importantly, an equity evaluation is going to be part of this. At every stage of the process, at key milestones, we're going to take a look, see what feedback we've received so far, make sure we're receiving feedback from everybody in the city, and if we're not, make changes during the process, not waiting until the end to determine whether or not we've captured everyone's voice. And importantly, a part of that is reporting back to the community, letting everybody know if they're going to invest time in this process, how their feedback has helped shape the outcome of the plan. In terms of project timeline, today we're asking you to authorize us to enter into a contract, which would kick off this process for us. We'd be developing the engagement plan over the next few months and kicking off the public-facing portion of the planning process this summer. We're going to be fast-tracking that user fee policy so that we're ready for the next budget season in FY24. So we'll have that part wrapped up in the fall and the rest of the plan wrapped up by the end of next spring. You all on council, as well as the Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board, will be receiving regular updates throughout this process to keep you all up to date on project milestones. So with that, the recommendation before you today is to authorize the city manager to execute a contract with our selected consultant in the amount not to exceed $387,730 and associated budget transfers to help us get that done. With that, I'll close out and open to any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? You have a question?
Yeah, mine can be quick. I was just curious, two things. On the park access information sheet, is that as the parks that are currently on the ground, or does this take into account any of the parks that were approved in the bond last November?
So this is based on data from 2022, parks that are currently on the ground. We do model also for future build-out of parks that we have master plans for that are in development. This map in particular, though, shows our current level of service modeling for parks on the ground today.
Okay. And then the second question, it may just be something to flag for the city manager, is I see in the project timeline the user fee policy sort of update, and I just wanted to make sure that we tie that to the work that the Community Engagement Board is doing, because those seem complementary.
Yes.
Maybe at odds, I hope not. Thank you.
We're evaluating that as part of that item that we'll bring back.
Councilor Patton.
Yeah, on the park access information, the letter grade slide, I notice my district could use some love, but I wanted to specifically ask for a little clarification. I'm noticing that around Horseshoe Farms Nature Preserve there, it's still rated with a park access level of D. What kind of like contributes to that, even though those homes are adjacent to it? Is it because there's not like a people park there, just a nature preserve? Or?
Yeah, exactly. So again, and something that we want to do is kind of reevaluate this model to make sure that it's giving us the data we need to make good, informed decisions. Right now, the way that that's functioning is one of the key metrics that we look at is the variety of park experiences you have access to. So yeah, something like Horseshoe Nature Preserve is a great experience, right? But it is not a playground, it is not a swimming pool or a recreation center. It doesn't meet a lot of the needs. So even folks who live right next door to a wonderful resource like that still have unmet needs based on, those other park experiences.
Okay. Councilor Jones.
Hi, thank you so much. In regards to the community engagement aspect of this and how you're going to get out and meet people where they are, what is the metric? How are we, can you speak to what the plan is to keep that transparent? Is there going to be a portal? How do people know what's going on and what's coming up?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't have all those answers today. Part of what we're going to do over the next month or two, once we get this project kicked off, is build out that engagement plan. That's something we'll be working closely with the Parks Board on and our selected consultants and kind of stakeholder groups to develop exactly what those metrics are going to be. So that's the intent, though, is to make sure that we are transparent, we are reporting back, and that we are setting metrics and holding ourselves accountable to those goals, but we do not have them established yet. We want that to be part of this engagement process, is actually developing that engagement plan.
Thank you.
Councilor Fort.
As a part of the evaluation for the consulting firms, was there any consideration about using MWBE firms or any participation? Because it looks like it's the project's going to be very heavy on diversity, inclusion, and equity, and those types of things. But I don't see any discussion about consideration of MWBE firms with this contract.
Yes, so that's always taken into consideration in our consulting contracts. I'll say one of the things that put this team over the top, led by agency. They're doing a lot of great work with McAdams under the leadership of Mitch Silver, former planning director here, former Parks Commissioner for New York City. And they have a team of staff that we believe is diverse and representative of the community and are local, who are going to be leading a lot of the on-the-ground engagement efforts. So Agency Planning and LLC is going to be the lead firm on the project, but a lot of their sub-consultants that'll be engaging with us are, again, local, and we believe representative of the community. And I think where we do have those gaps in the professional consultants that we're working with, again, that's one of the reasons we want to make good use of the Community Connectors program, other opportunities like that to make sure that people in these neighborhoods are leading the discussions and are not just coming to us to give information, but that we're empowering them to work with their social networks, with their neighborhood groups, churches, communities, to make sure that those community conversations, again, are happening authentically, and we'll work with them to get that information.
Okay.
I'm
Go
so
ahead.
sorry. Kind of piggybacking on what Councilor Fort said, you said that the agencies are diverse, but what does that mean, and how diverse, and how do you measure that of what they are, especially since it isn't an MWE, it's subcontractors, but we're giving the main contract
the lead
to-
firm, Agency Planning LLC, is a MWBE firm themselves.
Okay.
And again, though, we wanted to make sure that the teams that'll be actually assembled on the ground, kind of helping us lead these community meetings, again, were reflective of our community, familiar with Raleigh, our local firms, and we believe that the team that they assembled, which, again, we're going to have a lot of different people working on this project, we think overall that the team that they assembled, is going to be a good fit for the project.
Okay. Any other questions? Any recommendations, motions?
Make sure I do it right. I move to authorize the city manager to execute the contract as listed in the agenda material.
I second that motion. Are there any other any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Those that have the right. How many noes? Okay, so it is a 6-1 vote. Motion passes.
Thank you.
All right.
And the last item under the manager's report is being delivered by Ben Brown from Engineering Services. He has a text change request regarding some stormwater regulations.
Good afternoon. Ben Brown, Stormwater Management. I am coming before you today for a text change authorization for changes to the nutrient treatment for our stormwater regulations. Our stormwater regulations are kind of separated into quantity and quality, for lack of a better term, and this is more addressing looking at the quality. And our quality is kind of guided by the overall state policy of the nutrient sensitive waters, and they have been going through the past 2-3 years, kind of revamping their model guidance for the Neuse River and all the communities therein. And so this was overdue because it was over 20 years old at the time they started, and now it's a robust 24 years old. And so this new guidance will definitely be more up to date, and it's based on general NC statute there, but it does require the city to update some of our development regulations. And it also changes some of our reporting forms to the state for how we're doing on a year-to-year basis as well. Proposed changes to the current UDO basically goes through and adds some specific definitions that we don't have. It also, there's a driver at the state level to kind of change built upon to make built upon area the term for impervious, and so that's kind of their guidance for all of our local governments to kind of go towards that term. Adds an exemption for larger single-family lots that are just building one structure on it over an acre that have less than 5% of that built upon area, and it also adds an exemption for agriculture, which we do need to add to our UDO, which we've been told in the past we need to kind of up to date on that. Now the big changes are the next slide, the required changes to how you calculate those nutrient loads. And I'm going to try not to lose anybody, so I apologize in advance if I do. So. Basically, there's a target goal for the entire Neuse Basin, which is 3.6 pounds per acre per year of nitrogen, which is our target pollutant for the Neuse River Basin. Now, how they're making you kind of achieve that now is, or with the proposed regulations, would be if your site is proposing more than 24% of built-upon area or impervious area, then you must utilize a primary stormwater control measure, which is your larger devices like your bioretention areas and your sand filters and your wet ponds and things like that. And after that treatment, you can then use an off-site buy-down option to meet that 3.6 target loading rate. For sites that are less than 24%, they may go directly to that off-site buy-down to meet that target rate. Another major change, which is going to affect the designers and the regulators, is that we're moving from a more simplified loading tool system to like a state-approved loading tool program to estimate this water quality treatment. So before we had a very simple kind of 3-category process, and now we're going to much more categories, which is more accurate and definitely based on the past 24 years of experience that we've seen. So, impacts on city projects. Our linear projects are going to be treated more like NCDOT's linear projects now, which currently we are not allowed to utilize any off-site mitigation options like NCDOT is. We're asked to do on-site treatment, which is very difficult for a linear project. It's more set up for like a vertical construction project. So we'll be able to utilize that for our public linear projects, but our non-linear projects will still be complying the same exact way that all our private projects do. And like I said, this is similar to how NCDOT roadways are treated. Our next step would be ask you to authorize the text change and refer it to the Planning Commission for their review and recommendation back to City Council. And then at that point, the City Council could schedule the public hearing. And the text change, the target goal that the state has given us is May of 2023 to make these effective. We've been working with them, and they're good with our language, and we've also been working with the city attorney's office and the planning department to kind of craft this language and get it ready to go. So feel we're pretty ready. The biggest concern that staff has is just educating ourselves and also the designers about the new nutrient loading tool, which the state is assisting us on during the month of March, but we'll probably be doing some of our own outreach during April to kind of accomplish that. But with that, any questions?
I have one question. It goes back to the state. So the state is requiring us to have this in by May of 23?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, just a few questions. First, in your estimation, making these changes, does it strengthen, keep the same, or worsen overall our stormwater regulations in terms of kind of environmental,
I think from the
implications?
stormwater quality side, it's more accurate. Like, I won't say it's necessarily strengthening or weakening, but it's giving a clearer picture of
More
kind of what our
precision.
nutrient loading rates are actually coming off our sites. Because right now, just to give you an example, the 3 categories are impervious area, lawn, or forest. And we're going to like 20 categories now. So we'll just have a much better, clearer picture of what that site is doing from a water quality standpoint.
Okay, thank you. And then you mentioned how we're going to be able to utilize off-site mitigation credits for linear public projects, but not non-linear. What is the difference, linear, non-linear?
So for linear, you will still be able to utilize the off-site mitigation for the non-linear vertical construction projects. You will just have to use a primary stormwater control measure first. Whereas the issue that we see with linear projects using those on-site stormwater control measures, you're already getting right away, and there's no good place to put them because a roadway doesn't drain like a regular 1-acre site does. So it's just very difficult to design around that. So using the off-site option will help us spend that money elsewhere in that same watershed to kind of help the impact of that road. It's just not necessarily right on that road.
Okay, so to clarify, it still has to be within the same watershed? How is watershed defined? At what, like Huck, or how close?
For the offsite option, it's actually between the Upper Neuse kind of watershed. So it's encompassing more than Raleigh, but it's everything kind of south of Falls Lake to partially down that Neuse River.
And is this a requirement, that element, or is that something we're just considering?
That is a requirement as well.
That is a requirement,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so current projects can still utilize that off-site mitigation option today. They just don't have to necessarily hit that same 24% number like the state is telling us to do now. Before, they were hitting more of a site by site loading rate, and then you could do an offsite mitigation. This is across the board. If you're over 24%, you have to do treatment, then you can use the offsite mitigation fund.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm prepared to make a motion. I'm just curious about this timeline. If it's got to be effective May 2023, do we need to send some instruction to the Planning Commission to take this up like first with priority? Because that's really tight already.
Tight. Yeah.
For it to get back to us, then to set a public hearing, which we're going to need at least 15 days to do that.
When is the next Planning Commission meeting?
The commission meets Tuesday of next week. We'll publish the agenda this
28th?
Thursday, yes, sir. And then again on the 14th of March and the 28th.
I don't want to throw off their workload, but I think this is probably going to get taken up like.
So I think the best way to do it is in the motion, have a date in which they have to have it back to us so we can set up. I have a question. Does it have to be, as long as it's done by May 31st? Is that the goal, or does it has to be done by April 30th?
The state gave us the notification the middle of November, and we had to craft that language and get it to you. So we've got the month of May is going to be good. So the end of May could work, but
Okay.
the sooner the better was kind of my, and just so everyone knows, this is not just affecting Raleigh. This is 9 other communities that are in the Neuse River Basin that are under this deadline as well. So.
Because what I'm looking at, I'm trying to backdate it because our May 16th, I know, is the there's 5 Tuesdays in May, and May 16th is the second meeting. But we probably want to take care of this probably at May 2nd meeting. In order to do that, we will have to have it back to us no later than April the 18th in order to set the public hearing.
The Planning Commission's workload right now is, we have a lot of cases pending, but a lot of them are not ready to go to Planning Commission for review at this time.
Okay.
So I think we would be fine to get this on an agenda, if not next week, the first meeting
So
in
as long
March.
as in the motion we say have it back to us by April 18th to set the public hearing.
I don't think they have that long by code anyway.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'll move to authorize the text change refer to Planning Commission for review and recommendation back to the City Council by April 18th. I was going to say the date in
She
March.
said they would
but-
have, sounds like they have to have it sooner, just in a timely fashion. Because it sounds like they have to have it prior to the 18th.
Yeah, they have a pretty short review period, so I think, I don't foresee a problem in meeting that March,
All right.
that
Okay.
May.
So scratch that then, just review and recommendation back to the City Council.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Go ahead.
All right, so.
Yeah.
So do you want me to say the April date then, the 18th?
They need to have it back by April 18th.
So moved.
All right, it's been moved and probably second. The Planning Commission has this back by April 18th. All those in favor say aye. Those against have the same right. Motion carries unanimously.
And that is all I have today, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, thank you. We now have the report and recommendations of the Raleigh Arts Commission for their annual work plan and report.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Powers. I'm the Executive Director of Raleigh Arts. Pleased to announce that our Chair, David Clegg, is here today to share the work plans and reports for the Raleigh Arts Commission and the Public Art and Design Board. Thank you.
Thank you much. Good afternoon. I was just here recently before many of you took office about the strategic plan for Raleigh Arts, and that was approved, and that is an exciting document which will live for a decade. Thrilled that Councilmember Harrison is associated with the Arts Commission. She's already been to visit us. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciated that. And I will soon be back to talk to you about the Arts Partners grants and bring you good news about funding over $2 million in probably 35 arts directed endeavors in this great city. So what I'd like to talk to you about today is a overview of what the Arts Commission and the Public Art and Design Board have been up to in the past period of time. Clearly our remarkable event for the Medal of Arts, which we had late last year, which was in a new location, which was in a totally new presentational format, and followed a very robust nomination process. We awarded the Medal of Arts to 4 individuals, STAR, an arts organization serving youth with disabilities, the VELT, of course, the Chavis brothers, who are more famous in Europe than they are in Raleigh, with their incredible funk music, and a stormwater education project, which is clearly representational and public art by the Gang of 3. With the Public Art and Design Board, we presented the Public Art Strategic Plan, which was adopted. We have added 8 new works by area artists to your collection. The city collection is now about 600 pieces, which is shown all over, whether it be a fire station or city hall. We make sure art is available where the public can go. And one thing this Arts Commission has certainly been focused on is moving art. Just because it gets hung once doesn't mean it won't get a chance to move, and we like that very much. We have exhibited the work of 247 artists at the Block, Pullen, and Sertoma Arts Center galleries, which are particularly with the renovations to Pullen, you have a world-class art center there. Sertoma, I was out there last Saturday. Everything was being done from ballet to making paper in the parking lot. It is a remarkably vibrant location. Of course, the Arts Commission supports programs including the Arts Fair, Studio Youth Camps, Seek Raleigh, which is a truly unique program which allows emerging, young, or unrecognized, perhaps, artists to do non-traditional art presentations across the city that can last up to a period of months, but it gives new and emerging talent the opportunity to show itself and to be seen. The community-initiated art project is still very vibrant and alive in this city. You have everyone from Girl Scout troops to recognized artists wanting to take a piece of city property or a landscape and make it their own for a while, and to the benefit of all of us. And of course, the Artist Residency Program, which allows a mentorship, a very strong educational component of a young artist being associated with a seasoned artist, maybe one who has answered an artist's call. The Leadership, Education, and Arts Disability Conference meets a key goal of the Arts Commission, which is stated in the Raleigh Arts Plan, to be nationally recognized, for this city to be nationally recognized for universal access to the arts. The Kennedy Center has led the leadership exchange in the arts for decades, and that group of folks who come together to talk about that issue has always been held at the Kennedy Center. The one time they have left the Kennedy Center was last year, and they came to Raleigh. It was a remarkable several days. Over 1,100 attendees from across this globe came to Raleigh to talk about this issue. And the individuals who were here had the opportunity to understand the commitment to the city of Raleigh. We had over 55 folks here on scholarships. It took about 50 folks from the city of Raleigh to help put this thing on. We had over 150 folks attend the pre-conference hospitality training, because it was very important that everyone here feel welcome and feel like we were prepared for their visit. And that went seamlessly, and that was everything from public transportation to food service. 7 arts partners, including North Carolina State University, Museum of Art, all participated in an accessibility in the arts showcase where people literally could make their own way around the city and go to GAM, go to art galleries downtown, go to performance spaces downtown. And also had the opportunity to go to Block. And I will just like to mention you have a new exhibit in the Block Gallery right now. Hope you have an opportunity to walk through because the folks who created that art are city employees and their dependents. Arts partners, I mentioned a moment ago, Raleigh is home to arts organizations that serve the community, that gather people from all over the city and ensure that arts education reaches every citizen. This year, we have been able to award through your vision $1.89 million in 36 arts programs through the partner grant program. This is not usual suspects. These are performance arts, exhibitions, workshops, conferences. It's not the usual suspects. And artist residencies, job opportunities for artists and all abilities have the opportunity to apply for that. It is a very closely juried process to make sure we're getting the best. But it is a process that is taught from day one with workshops to help new groups, and we want new groups every year, to come in and be able to be competitive on year one. And that's very exciting. And one thing that Raleigh Arts does every week that I hope you're seeing and taking a moment to read is the Arts Blast, which is absolutely must-reading for people in the cultural and creative community that comes out every Friday afternoon. And we are doing our part to create the $531 million that is directly related to arts-connected economic activity. Our work plan will, of course, be to expand arts and advance the equity of the arts in Raleigh, to increase community engagement, to elevate the incredible resources of Pullen and Sertoma and exhibitions and program, to continue building the municipal art collection along the lines we have done the last several years, which is to focus on those folks who have not shown up that much in our art collection, people of color and non-represented groups, and to support artists and arts organizations through these grants, capacity building, and professional opportunities. One of the good things that the chairman of the Arts Commission gets to do is to appoint the Public Art and Design Board, and to bring that 7-member group together to provide a necessary bridge between conceptual art and to mix that with science and engineering and architecture and all of those other disciplines that are necessary to make sure the placement of art and the longevity factors for that art are thought about at the front end. And in the last year, the Public Art and Design Board, which is chaired by Linda Dallas and vice chaired by Angela Lombardi, managed 14% for art projects, 8 9% for art projects, and completed 4. We're working on the BRT Artist in Residence program, looking at the Capitol Bridges, the Alluvial Decoder display, the Moton Mini Park with, of course, the statue. This year, that board has a full portfolio of active projects. Right now, there are 15 art in this capital city is alive and vibrant. There'll be 7 special projects, including 2 artist in residencies for the southern and the western BRT corridors. And the PADB will continue to enhance community engagement. They are very active in seeking input, not only from technical folks, but from folks who are helping to provide a sense of place for art that we work on. Lots of focus on documenting local histories during the projects and making sure that they are preserved. And of course, to be an important function for the public art that'll be part of the results of the 2022 Parks Bond project. The support and investment in the art for the city of Raleigh is unmatched in this country and puts you in a rarefied group in the world. I appreciate your support and investment in the arts. I understand that the arts continue to take an important role as we transform this city. And of course, my ask today, just like everyone else's, is there in your packet, there is the work plan for the Arts Commission and the PADB, and we ask that you look favorably upon that, and I'd be more than happy to answer any of your questions about art.
All right. Are there any questions? As stated, the reports are in the backup material that came out since Thursday. And there's a request for approval of this work plan so they can move forward. I would entertain a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the work plan and all of the wonderful work that y'all are doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor say aye. Those opposed have the same right. Motion carries. Thank you for your great work. All right. We now have our Historic Resources and Museum Advisory Board work plan and report.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. I'm Troy Burton. I'm honored, as always, to help facilitate your Historic Resources and Museum program. And with me today, I have the chair of our Historic Resources and Museum Advisory Board, Esther Hall.
I'm a preservationist, so I only have paper, no flashy presentation, and I got the brief memo. Historic Resources and Museum Advisory Board happily resides under Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources. Here's our report card. We have celebrated the 50th anniversary of the Mordecai Historic Park as a public site. We developed the interpretive plan for Latta University Historic Park. We increased hours for visiting the Pope House to Saturdays and Sundays. We produced 17 nights of sold-out fun at the Holiday Express in Pullen Park. Now, let's talk about what we've really done. Robust growth. We added 4,000 objects to our online collection, so we've increased the online database to 24,000 objects, which is important to me because it's accessible. That's enough said on that. You can now look at collections. If you have insomnia, this is the place to go. And the pandemic was really our friend in that people realized the value of outdoor space, and they came to historic sites for all sorts of reasons. I'm just thrilled to let you know that 600 visitors found, at least for me, it was refuge in historic sites and parks. And that's with an increase of 124% of visitation to outdoor outlets and programs, which I think is great. We have a great staff. We all like each other. We play well together. We are just an advisory board, so we do look for folks with particular skills in history and programming because we think that we can give richer advice that way. So I really just do love being chair of this board, so thank you for that. And I would respectfully request your approval for our submitted plan. And if you could appoint 2 more people to our commission, that would be great.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Definitely. Thank you. Any questions, counselors? Or is there a motion to receive the report?
I motion to approve the report of historic museums and resources. I think that, did I say that right?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed have the same right. Motion carries unanimously.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Go ahead.
So, real quick to the appointments, if you have folks that you know are interested, please send them to the website to apply. We're always looking for folks that want to volunteer. I just think that sometimes people don't really know about the, oh, never mind, then we got 2 on there then. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. So we're going to come back at 3:17. We're going to take a 5-minute break before we start our public hearings. Raleigh City Council. Call back our Raleigh City Council afternoon session. We are now having our public hearings. The first public hearing we have is for unfed to habitat. We have 2 homes here. I'll let staff go ahead and present.
Yes, 4001, we'll start with this one. 4001 Virginia Street. We've been working with the owner for quite some time on making the repairs at this property. Since before COVID, we've given him extensions. During the last inspection, it was late November of last year. We noted several additional violations from when we started. Not limited to unsanitary conditions, and there's a cockroach infestation. We've got holes in walls. There was evidence that there may be some animals using the bathroom on the floor. Leaky faucets, holes in walls, dryer vent not being, ended appropriately. Got rotten wood on the outside of the house. Oops. A major concern of this house is the flooring system. We inquired with the owner very early on about getting an engineer to go out there, and he needed to provide some documentation on how that flooring system needs to be repaired. Excuse me. That did not happen. He got an engineer, but the people he hired to fix the property did not finish or apply the engineer's report to it. He's left with these temporary solutions to hold up the flooring system. And you can tell when you're in the house, some of the floors are uneven, they're cracks and that kind of things. So what we're asking for 4001 Virginia Street is that council adopt an unfit for human habitation. Like I said, this has been going on for quite some time, and the owner has not shown us that he's willing to make the repairs.
Okay. Can you go ahead and present 4009?
Mm-hmm. So 4009 Virginia Street, also owned by the same owner, and they run about the same timeline. We were working with them before COVID to make sure that these repairs were being completed. There are some unpermitted decks and porches on the front and side of the home. They're running their dryer vent through a hole in the wall where the outlet was, so that obviously you can't have that happen. Got some unsanitary conditions in this one also. And there's your deck that has many structural issues on the side. Right here in the bathroom, obviously the faucet and handles were broken. I'm assuming from a water leak, and he put spray caulk in there to kind of fill the holes. I think there's wires actually run through the handles so they can turn the water on and off. Cracks in the ceiling, holes in the ceiling. A big issue with this one is it does not have heat. The tenants, I believe, were supplementing that with space heaters, which can't be used as a permanent source of heat. It's dangerous. And also during our last inspection, there were no smoke alarms or carbon monoxide detectors in the house. I actually had Raleigh Fire go out and install those just as a temporary solution for safety measures. Things like the toilet aren't secured appropriately. And again, similar with the 4001, the floor system needs a lot of work. The temporary supports are in there, holding up floors. And again, so there's areas within the house that the floors are weak, floors soft. You could see that all throughout the house.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to open the hearing for 4001 Virginia Street. No one signed up in support, but I do have Mr. Joseph Matthews, who signed up in opposition. I do want to let council know that the sheet that you received is from a tenant that she wrote this out and she wanted to share with us her thoughts instead of speaking. She did not sign up to speak, but this is her written statement that we've submitted for the record as well. This is for 4009. So, but for 4001, is Mr. Joseph Matthews present? You can come down.
And
here.
just to be clear, this ordinance that I'm asking you to adopt would require that the house be vacated.
Respected council, good afternoon. I own those properties, and we have not been running it like a business. We could get a rent of 1,000, 1,100, 1,200 for these are individual homes with a half-acre land, each one, almost half. But knowing who the people there are and their financial condition, I would have added these families to the street, homeless. That's a belief I have. That's what we've been doing. And 4009, especially, they have a child who is going, I don't know whether she graduated from middle or, so with that, I mean, she was almost crying when we were talking about eviction in the past. So we kept them, believe it or not, it was, the potential rent for this property is around 30 to 40,000 a year. There is no year we made 10,000 from all these tenants. We are talking about other homes also. And talking about the work, we have spent since 2017, and I have proof invoices, we have spent around $100,000 on these homes. Not these two, there are 5 homes. We, from Thermodirect, we ordered new systems for each house, though some of them had heat. For example, 4001 had a heating system replaced in 2019. But we wanted to update all of them. And then they said we had to update the electricals. We spent around $24,000 on electricals. And talking about the flooring, that also we got 2 engineers. One gave an estimate, the other one came and looked at it. I mean, after it was done, we spent almost $40,000. So total, it comes to around $100,000 on heating, I mean, HVAC, electricals, miscellaneous work, and the floor and wall repair. And the inspectors, what they do is I don't think they took more than 10, 15 minutes to inspect all these houses. They come through, they copy the things that they find in one house, that is the same for all the houses. And also one thing I need to notice that inspector, especially one inspector was there throughout, since it was noted in the beginning, 2017 or 18. I believe with my whole heart, even the tenants told me, he is there out to get you. He doesn't treat me well at all. I've been in this country for 41 years. And I've been in Raleigh, this area, for 25 years. I'm a US citizen. But he treats me like I came yesterday, illegally or something. Nobody told. I'm not telling that he told me. That's the way I feel when he is around me. A lot of things were done. He won't even look at the invoice. He won't even look at the proof of things done. Having said that, especially these 2 houses, I brought a contractor even last Thursday. He said, I cannot get in and do the work unless those people move out. That is about 4009. 4001, nobody can go near that. They have, I don't know, they have pit bulls, but they have big dogs. The tenant is right here. They have so many dogs that I can't step into the house. They were talking about, I do agree with it's not inhabitable. I mean, it's a 4001. And we have collected, believe it or not, since COVID, 0 from 4001. Since 2020, I think that was the last time she put some money into the bank. Around 2.5 years, zero rent. So that's why I said it's not, we are not operating, it's almost like, it is like charity rather than a business. So I leave it to your decision what to do, with, but especially 4001, nobody can go in. Forget about the contractor. I cannot go in. The inspectors, with the difficulty, they must have stepped in, but you cannot spend 10 minutes there.
All right. Is that, you still have time? Is that all you have?
Oh, no, that's all I have. Right. Any questions I can answer, but.
I actually have a question. Your decks, were those permitted?
The deck?
Yeah, the two decks that were added.
In fact, the decks, after the inspector pointed out, they have been removed now. The deck is there, that was there a long time ago, but the structure above that didn't have permit. So we removed, there was one on the side in the picture that they showed on 4009, one on the side and one in front, both were removed. Just a few weeks, last week.
Last week. Okay. When's the question for staff, real quick? I have. When's the last time we were out there? If he said these were removed last week.
We haven't been back out there since last week.
I figured. Okay. Any other questions from any counselors?
I have a couple. Well, one. Are you willing to do the work to bring the houses into compliance?
I like to, yes. But the houses should be vacant to do that. And also it depends. The inspection report each time, whether anything is done or not, each time the inspection report becomes bigger and bigger. So if I have somebody, these are the things to be done and that's all, I like to do it. Because most of them, in the report, each house, there's a report. And it's not too many, except that flooring, others are cosmetic, basically. Flooring, walls and ceilings and...
I guess I have a follow-up.
Go ahead.
And this may be for Larry. Do we have any opportunities for placement for these folks so that they can vacate the premises and then he can do the work to bring the houses into compliance?
Hi, Councilmember Fort and members of council. Lamont Taylor from Housing and Neighborhoods. I can confirm that we have.
Sir, we're gonna probably talk to you again, so you might want to just stay
don't go far.
Don't go far. Yeah, stay there.
Staff has connected all of the tenants with case management services, and so we have done a little work around that, and we can certainly report back anything we find or hear.
So, Mr. Matthews, how long, if this property was vacant, how long would it take you to bring these units up to compliance?
Now there's no COVID, there is good weather.
You can come up to the mic, please.
Yeah, with the weather being good and if they're out of there, 90 days.
And that's 90 days?
From the time they move out.
Okay. And then you would just put it back up on the market for rent, right? You wouldn't?
Yeah,
would you
put it
open
back or
up
sell
to
it.
them?
We are getting old, my wife and myself, so either put it for rent again or try to sell it.
Okay. So it sounds like the residents would still need try to find a place to stay regardless of what happens. My thought is that we kind of hold this for 2 weeks because once we enact this, they have to evacuate immediately. But I think they're still looking for a place to stay. So I'm trying to find some time to give them a place to stay. But at the same time, with it being in the condition that it's in, you know, it's on us as council now from a safety standpoint. So, Councilor Milton, you.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I'm really concerned that someone's going to get very hurt in these houses. And so it's a tough spot because I do think it meets the standard. It needs to be marked uninhabitable. But then for the folks who are living there, these are real people with lives. And so if we hold it 2 weeks, then I think it would be to ask the city manager's office to work with the tenants on some rapid emergency rehousing or something. But I don't think the situation can continue, and it's probably gone on way too long. So that's where I think what I think we need to do.
That's exactly where I am. I know we just funded 2 nonprofits to try to help with rapid rehousing, so maybe we can connect those tenants there, because it's for emergency purposes and something new. So I'm gonna move that we hold. Oh wait, can't do this. Well, I can do this one. That we hold the case for 4001 Virginia Street for 2 weeks. Come back to the council during the daytime, for us to take the appropriate action.
Can you state the actual date?
It would be March the 7th.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and
Did you close it yet?
I'm gonna leave it open.
Okay, so second.
Yeah. So it's been moved and properly, most proved and properly second to hold open the case for 4001 Virginia Street until March the 7th, to come back to council during the day session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed have the same right. Motion carries unanimously. I'm now going to open it for 4009 Virginia Street. No one signed up in support and opposition, but I think it's the exact same situation. So I'm going to open the hearing, and I'm going to leave it open and move that we bring this case back on March the 7th to City Council during the day for appropriate action.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed have the same right. Motion carries. So both of these will come back on March the 7th to give staff and the residents time to try to find, because legally, I wish I could give more time, but it's a safety issue that we have to address. So, all right, thank you.
Sorry, one clarification. So by March 7th,
It's coming back. These cases come back before us on March 7th, in which council will take an action.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have public nuisance abatement. We have 4 addresses here. I believe I'll go through them real quick. 1424 Basewood Drive, 3112 Bean Drive, 710 West North Street.
Yep, 710 West North Street has been paid and therefore needs to be withdrawn.
Okay, so that one has been withdrawn. And then 5201 Turf Grass Court.
I can go through each one of these individually if you'd like. So 1424 Basewood Drive, the property owner, we actually met with the property owner prior to initiating a case on this one because of the size of the issue. But we ended up issuing a notice of violation for public nuisance on October 13th. The deadline for that was October 24th, and we actually didn't get out there with a crew to clean it up until January 5th. So there was a lot of time that passed right there to give the owner a little more time to address this issue. It consisted of, trash, household items, kind of a lot of different things in that pile. 3112 Bean Drive, there was quite a collection of cardboard boxes, household items on the front porch. A lot of it got rained on. So all that stuff on the front porch was removed. We also mowed the grass. And 5201 Turf Grass Court was just a concentration of grass over 8 inches.
Okay. Any questions from council for staff?
I have one. 3112 Bean Drive. Is there a current occupant or is that an abandoned
So
house?
it's owner occupied.
Okay.
We actually have a case on this house also.
Okay.
Councilor Jones.
And I just had one question in regards to the last one about the tall grass. What is the difference between administrative fees and then the charge? Because that seems really
So
expensive.
are you talking about on your backup information?
Yeah,
So-
this is $350, right?
Yes, so our nuisance code lays out that once we abate it, there's a $175 administrative fee that's included with the abatement. And that's just where that comes from. And the rest of it was actually the cost that was incurred for the abatement itself.
Okay.
Council Black?
Yeah, I was just curious about the process of how we interact with folks prior to being served with a public nuisance or liens.
Yeah, if we go out on it's usually what we're responding to is complaints. We'll go out, most of the time we knock on the door, or if a tenant or a property owner comes out, we try to talk with them beforehand. If not, when we address that issue, we post the property and we send a letter to them first class, and sometimes certified if if it looks like it might be a big abatement or a big nuisance case. The code gives them 10 days to handle that situation. In reality, it's more like a month from notice to when we get out there with an abatement crew to clean it up. And if there's phone numbers available, we make all those phone calls prior to us coming out there to actually clean the property up.
Thanks. So I'm just curious, like, are there any considerations for people who may be financially, physically, or mentally, like, incapacitated?
We try to, I think on the first two, Basewood and Bean Drive, we both refer those to the Acorns team in hopes that they could find some other resource for them, but I'm not sure. I think they tried to reach out to maybe some local family of those folks, but that didn't really come to fruition.
I just think it would be really great to have some sort of like mutual aid process to help people survive and thrive before being punished, because a lot of what I'm hearing from the public when these things happen is like, these people can't do it. They don't have the ability to mow their grass or like move things. And then I feel a particular type of way about putting people who are already facing financial challenges like even more in a financial position. So I'm just gonna like throw that out there, but yeah.
It's certainly something we can discuss.
Okay. Definitely, thank you. I'm going to now open the public hearing for 1421 Bayswood Drive. No one signed up in support and or opposition. Public hearing is open. Public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion?
I move to adopt the resolution confirming the liens.
Is there a second? Okay. No one, okay. If I second the motion, all those in favor say aye. Those against say no. So is it 5-2? It's a 5-2 vote. All right. Next we have abatement, so that motion passes. Next we have the abatement for 3112 Bean Drive. Is there a motion? Well, first of all, I'll open the floor. No one signed up in support or opposition of this case, so I'll now close it and bring it back to the table.
I move to adopt the resolution confirming the lien.
It's been moved to adopt it. I second the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed have the right to say no. 5-2. The next case we have is actually going to be 5201 Turfgrass Court. No one signed up in support or opposition. I will open this public hearing. I will close this public hearing. I move to adopt the recommended motion.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed have the same right. 5-2. Next we have petition for annexation AX 2522.
Thank you. Hello again. Good afternoon. Christopher Golden with Planning and Development. This annexation you have before you today is contiguous and inside the ETJ. It's located in the 4400 block of Old Pool Road. The parcel size is 23.85 acres. It's owned RX3. This is a parcel owned by Habitat for Humanity. Their plans are to build single-family residences and some multifamily residences as well, up to 105 units. There's water and sewer through the site, and if annexed today, it will be brought into the boundaries of Council District C, and I'm here to answer any questions if you have them.
Any questions from council? You have a question?
There's not going to be any impact to fire services, is there?
It's right behind the fire station.
Is there, I
Yeah.
don't know these things.
You could walk to it.
I was helping out. I know this one well.
Thank you.
It's right behind our bus depot and the fire station.
I was going to say,
Fire Station 12. No one signed up in support or opposition to this case. I will open the public hearing. I will close the public hearing. I moved to support the annexation of AX 2522. It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed have the same right. Motion carries. Next, we have petition annex AX 2922.
Thank you. It's AX 2922, thank you. So this one is at 8716 Silverthorne Road. The property owner actually wants to withdraw this from public hearing. So that does happen on occasion. So it will come back on the consent agenda. The petitioner actually, there was a petitioner error on the application. They're actually only wanting water service, and they do not want to annex into the city at this time.
Okay. All right, so this one's withdrawn. Madam Attorney, is there anything else we need to do?
No, you do not need to do anything else. It'll come back for one of those deferrals, right?
Correct, a deferral on March
Yep,
7th.
yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So that takes us to annexation AX 3022.
Thank you. So this annexation is also contiguous. It's inside the ETJ. It's various addresses in the 2300 block of Doran Place. So on this land, it's roughly just a little over 1 acre in total. The zoning is R6. The property owner plans on developing townhomes, 14 units total. There's water and sewer available on Skycrest Drive, so the owner would have to extend those services to the property at the owner's expense. And if annexed today, it would be brought into the boundaries of Council District C as well. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Are there any questions from councilors? All right. Seeing none, no one signed up in support or opposition of this case. So I will open the hearing. I now close the hearing. I move to approve this annexation of AX 3022. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed have the same right. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have rezoning Z 4322.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Walter, Planning and Development. This public hearing was opened at your January 24th special meeting. The applicant has not made any revisions to the case at this time and is asking for a public hearing to be continued to March 7th to allow additional time for revisions.
Okay. I think the applicant's here. Is there anything you would like to say in reference to this? I know you signed up.
Just that we are working on revised conditions with staff and the neighbors, and we're meeting with the neighbors tonight in a virtual neighborhood meeting.
All right. Thank you. So we will hold this. So we need to make this a motion, Madam Attorney? It's already held.
You're going to say yes.
We're just going to push it out.
Yes, make a motion to continue the public hearing to March the 7th.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Anytime you ask a lawyer, they're going to say err on the side of caution.
We got to keep the notice alive by keep on resetting it to a date certain is what we do when we've already set the hearing in the newspaper.
Perfect. Thank you. So now we have rezoning Z 6322 running Fox Lane.
Yes, sir. This is a new public hearing today. This is a request to rezone just over 13 acres from R1 with conditions to R6 with conditions. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map, and the Planning Commission does recommend approval. You can see that this property zoned R1 is surrounded on all sides by properties zoned R6. So this is on the Crabtree Creek open space corridor, and it's just on the east side of Shady Grove Road, just in Raleigh's planning jurisdiction. We're up on the kind of Durham County, Wake County line. A couple of views of the site. So they have offered two conditions here. One, tree conservation area of 15% of the net site area, and they have also required a privately maintained paved walking trail from the site to connect to the Greenway easement along Sycamore Creek. The change here is an increase in residential entitlement. You can see here, number of units goes up significantly. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan overall. No inconsistent policies were identified, and the Planning Commission recommends approval. What questions could I answer for you before you open the public hearing?
Any questions from council? All right. I will open the public hearing. We have two that have signed up in support, none signed up in opposition. We have Greg Davidson and Jamie. I do not want to butcher your last name.
Good afternoon. I'm Jamie Guerrero with Morris and Ritchie Associates, 5605 Chapel Hill Road in Raleigh. I'm the engineer for the project. We are rezoning to construct townhomes, provide some additional housing types. We worked with city staff, and they provided some great suggestions. One is to increase our tree conservation area from to match the existing zoning condition, and that is it today, which is R1. So you would have 15% versus 10%, which is typical for R6, and provide an access trail for the community to the future greenway along Sycamore Creek, which is not only a great suggestion, it's a fantastic amenity for the overall subdivision itself. I'm just here to offer, if you have any questions, particular questions, I'm here to answer.
All right. Thank you, sir. 6:59. I will close the hearing, bring it back to council. Any questions, comments? Councilor Jones.
My brain is stopping. We spoke at the beginning of January back about this case, so I really appreciate the conversation. I really think that this area is in need of more housing types, and I do appreciate the 15% going over what is required for the tree conservation in addition to the trail. The concern that came up after we spoke that I just want to highlight and maybe get some clarification on your goals are the affordability of these homes. I was wondering if you can speak to, how are we matching, how are we exceeding expectations in this area to make sure that people can afford to live there? I guess my question is, how much are they going to be?
Well, we're proposing right now, obviously our market has been crazy the last few years, and we've all seen prices go up and down, but generally townhomes of similar nature in the area are in the mid to high 300s. So, and that's right now, that's where we're planning to offer in the same area.
And if you can remind me how many townhomes you were planning?
It's 85 right now is proposed.
85.
Mm-hmm. And they'd be about 1,600 to 2,000 square feet.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. That was, I'm not opposed to this rezoning. I think it's definitely something that we need. I think we have more opportunities to get that affordability down a little bit lower, to a 80, 60%, AMI. But I wanted to hear any other concerns or issues, maybe from council, what you guys are thinking.
I just was curious, do you anticipate some kind of parks or open space beyond the trail amenity for this development? I just was noting there's not a lot of park access in this area, although certainly we're near a lot of open space, but what is planned there?
There is, and Jamie, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there in the mail kiosk area, there is some open space over there. We haven't finalized, this is obviously still conceptual at this point. So we just kind of, at this stage, leave that open, but we might do something like a playground, a tot lot, a dog park, or maybe even a combination of those things depending on site area. So it's just, we'll kind of iron through that as, if the rezoning gets approved, we would work through that with the city on the site plan approval. So we do have an area where we can plan to provide something. We just haven't decided what it's going to be yet.
Okay.
Just in case the plan changes, the city recommends something. So.
Great, thank you.
Anything else?
Any other questions?
I do feel confident. I'm sorry, were you saying
No,
something?
go ahead.
I do feel confident that this brings a level of need in the area. You did show me on our Zoom meeting that what you're wanting to build, and I think that it's great, and I think it does speak to people who want to come and move in there. So while I don't want to neglect the fact that I want to hit affordability harder, I do understand that this is also a need as well. So I am looking to approve, and there it is. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated February 21st, 2023, contained in the agenda materials and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed have the same right. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We now have rezoning Z7722 West Jones Street and North Borland Avenue.
Yes, sir. This is a request to rezone less than an acre from OX3, that's office mixed use with a 3-story height limit and a detached frontage with an NCOD. This is the North Boylan NCOD, to OX7 with an urban limited frontage and conditions. The request is consistent with the future land use map and the comprehensive plan. Planning Commission recommends approval. You can see here zoning in the area is largely OX. I would note that so aerial view of the site, we're on the west side of Boylan, north side of Jones. A couple of views of the site here. So the entitlement here, they're adding significant office square footage. Retail square footage is not really increasing by much, and the maximum number of residential units is also going up. So the frontage is consistent with the downtown designation on the urban form map. Number of consistent policies. This is triggering a couple of inconsistencies tied to infill compatibility and neighborhood identity. They are looking to remove the North Boylan NCOD. I just would note that a case on the east side of the street here, approved by council, I guess it was last year, was also removed the NCOD in this area. That was a request from CASA for some an affordable housing project. So that's what's triggering the inconsistency here. And Planning Commission recommends approval. Questions I could answer for you before you open the public hearing and hear from the applicant. And you also have a member of the public signed up to speak in opposition.
Any question from counselors for staff? All right.
What was the issue with CASA?
The issue with CASA was that the council approved a rezoning on the east side of the street from this earlier in the, it's been in the past 6 months.
Yeah, I think it was in the fall. We approved the case that was also on the overlay, so CASA could build some housing.
Yep. And relatively comparable height.
Right.
Approved there as well. Yep.
Okay. So we have 2 sign up in support, 1 sign up in opposition. We'll have those, I'll open the public hearing, and those in support will go first.
Good afternoon, Mac Paul, 421 Fayetteville Street, here on behalf of Caba Properties. And George Simpson Law Firm owns one of the properties involved. Don't have any real fancy presentation, so I'm going to be relatively brief. Some of you may be familiar with Ann Kabelbaum. She's been part of the downtown fabric for a number of years, being a pioneer with White Oak Properties, doing some of the first residential projects, bringing people back down to town, starting in the 90s and early 2010s. This is where her office is, Glenwood Agency. She's assembled these parcels over a number of years. And as you heard, it's an area that's transitioning. It's in the transit area, urban form map. It's also in the transition area of the downtown element. So we're seeing sort of a greater comfort level, I think, about what appropriate heights are when you move from St. Mary's Street over to Glenwood Avenue, which is now, the City Council's approved several very significant rezonings along Glenwood. So essentially here, the applicants are rezoning with what the comprehensive plan calls for in terms of scale, density, urban frontage. Ann Kabelbaum's ideal is to maintain her office there with some residential above it. It's a fairly constrained site, as you can see. It's not like you might see larger sites where you have like a large parking structure wrapped or the podium style. So it's really not going to accommodate like structured parking. It would be more of a limited infill type of development to provide some needed housing. So we're here to answer any questions you might have.
All right, remember your time, 6:20. We have Chad Wilkins in opposition.
Good afternoon, Chad Wilkins, 919 West South Street. I am coming in opposition to this. I wanted to kind of just step back and go through the North Welland Overlay District. I know we've done a lot of different developments over here recently that are kind of doing away with the overlay and moving forward with heights that are incongruent. So I just wanted to kind of take a bigger picture of this and look at it in a few different ways in this presentation. So, because I know sometimes we just look at it from the Google view. Here's the view. So everything that's green in the middle is kind of the area we're talking about. As you can see, St. Mary's on the left. And as we zoom in, great canopy, very walkable. Everything's pretty similar in height. And then kind of in the left corner here, you can see Ann's site here, which is, I guess, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 properties, and then George's property as the last one. So what I wanted to talk about is really just 3 main things: height disparities, historic character, and traffic analysis. So basically right now in this area, we've got 7 to 20-story buildings that have been approved, all up against 1 to 2-story buildings. I'm going to kind of go through a few pictures here. As a resident, you kind of have to do it on your own. You have to figure out the scale, proportion, setbacks, because we can't go out and hire a bunch of attorneys to do this for us. Historic character, Ann did a great job maintaining these houses, and so I'd love to see these houses continue on, whether they're there or somewhere else. And of course, as we do all these different things, we're reducing the tree canopy. And then of course, the last piece is the traffic analysis. One thing that's interesting is that we look at all these individual projects, but we never look at them as an aggregate. So I've kind of taken it upon myself to look at that. So this is kind of, I am by no means a graphic designer, but this kind of gives you an idea of what's happening in the area. The blue ones are, we're looking from the south into Glenwood South, or the North Welland. Yellow ones have not been, or actually the 2 yellow ones have not been approved. The one all the way to the end actually has been. That's the Casa development with the little green guy in the middle there. So this is Ann's great historic house here on the corner of Boylan and Jones. 1 story, then this is moving down to the north. We have a duplex here that houses 2 different businesses, or maybe it's just one, I can't remember. But once again, great condition. Moving forward, once again, nice, great house here. And then this is the attorney's, that's the last one. And it was actually not in the original neighborhood meetings, but then I guess after the neighborhood meetings, he realized that he was going to be next to a 7-story building. So he ended up joining the development. So he is now part of the original. I guess he was, they slipped him in so that he could be part of the planning commission agenda. So those are just some visuals. This is kind of moving further down to the right here. This is the last one that's not part of this parcel, but it would be next to the 7-story building. What's nice about this is you do have some space to the side of it. So this big block here is basically, representation of what 7 stories would look like versus the 2-story building we were just looking at. And then the apartments here, the condos that back up to that, so they of course would have that right against the back wall. You can see the green and the yellow house, which would then be gone, and you'd have 7 stories there. Looking at it from Jones Street, the white house would be gone, the brick house would stay. So once again, you would kind of imagine what that would look like, basically 90 feet against 20. So just once again, trying to figure that out. Then I'm kind of wanted to step back and look at other projects that have already been approved, which is probably in support of her. So we've got this great historic house, but this is going to be up against a 20-story building. So that's what that would look like. You've got This is the carriage house, senior housing. It's awesome. The sun rises, they get all this sun. Guess what? Sun goes away. They don't see the sun all day now because they've got a 20-story building, which has been approved. I get it. We need the density. But I'm just saying we need to kind of think about these things as we move through the process of approving larger buildings in places that still have residential buildings. So, and then this is the last one. That's actually my house on the left. This is the Casa building on the right, and this is what that looks like. They're going to go 11 stories around, and then on the left, they're going to have the 50 feet to the west of me. So that's kind of, once again, scale proportion. So what I wanted to do too, so that's kind of historic, scale, and then I wanted to move into traffic really fast because I've only got 3 minutes. So I kind of took an aggregate of all the projects that are going on in this area. And this is what I came up with. So you guys have probably seen this before, current daily trips versus proposed maximum daily trips. Probably enough time to explain this. So basically you have your zoning cases at the top that have all been approved. You got the 3 at the bottom that have not been approved yet. So right now, based on what is happening. So for example, if you go down to Z77 2022, Boylan Jones, right now they're estimating that Ann gets about 60 trips a day to her spot. With the new zoning, she would have 1,021 trips. So I guess what I don't understand, being a resident, is what is a trip? Is it walking? Is it driving? What is it? So, but when you aggregate all of these things, and granted, these do not include the 2 40-story buildings on Glenwood South, it goes up from 1,200 trips to 14,469 trips. That's a lot. That's a pretty big difference. And when you think about how you get there, like for example, how would I go to Char Grill? If I was coming from Cary, I go down Cary, I go down the Beltline, I take Western, then I come up Boylan. That's a lot of people on 2-lane streets. Pretty much every access point to Glenwood South is 2 lanes. So if you're forcing all these people through that space, that's a big change. So it's just something to notify you that you might want to think about it as a bigger picture. So in my last minute here, here's what I recommend. So I would say, let's just hold on some rezonings. Let's step back here for a minute. Look at the traffic. Look if there are ways we can either change some of the scale or move some of these houses to allow the scale to pretty much just fill in the space. So for traffic, I think we need to start looking at it as an aggregate. I think we need to look at it as an analysis for every rezoning because it's not included, it's not required, but I think it should be. We also have to assume that it's a car-centric population. People are going to drive. Yes, they will be able to walk more, and that's great, but we need to take that into consideration. With the height changes, I think that it should be required that they do shadow studies. It's nice to be neighborly, to know how you're going to impact your neighbor, and if they want to jump in your rezoning, then great. It's more power to them. Maybe look at different height tapering, larger setbacks. And then I guess the last piece is the historic character, trying to figure out how to retain the historic character of Raleigh and balance that with the increasing density and going up. Are there places these houses can go? Are there ways to preserve the houses next to, instead of a 7-story building, a 3-story building? And if that's not the case, maybe we look at moving and extending the Glenwood South Entertainment District into the neighborhood. I mean, that could be interesting. So I just wanted to put those ideas out there, and I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for definitely coming. I know the applicant has some time left. Do they want to address any of those concerns? It will spin it in 20 seconds.
I appreciate the comments. So just a couple of points. One, in terms of like the way the area is developing to the west, so along St. Mary's, we now have the Saint, which is at 4 stories. This would propose to step up to 7, and then it continues up toward Glenwood South. So we recognize the area is changing, but we do feel like the comp plan supports this type of development. And as I said, it's a fairly constrained site. Traffic, there has been a lot of analysis done by the city and questions about Glenwood South with development going back, 10, 20 years as Glenwood South started to redevelop. And we saw that because of the residential development, traffic actually has improved. It used to be a cut through. A lot of people traveling downtown. It's become more of a home, a neighborhood. And that having people live there hasn't increased the traffic. It's a desirable place. This would help facilitate more people being able to live in a very walkable area. So we're trying to lay the groundwork for that, and we respectfully ask for your support.
any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for staff. It's about traffic. Can you address some of the concerns and also how we aggregate?
Yeah, it's a good question. Jason Myers in Transportation. When we trigger a traffic impact analysis, it is true it's triggered only when it reaches a certain threshold. So we do not, by our code, look at what's happening around a place in the triggering of something. But when there is a study done, we consider all of those things so that we're getting a full picture of what's happening. I think that really comes down to a question of proportionality and not burdening a small development with what can often be a large study. The numbers put on the citizens on the screen in that presentation, let me explain where those come from. I'm going to trust that they were from staff reports for those zoning cases, and I have no reason to believe they're not. Those are kind of worst case projections based on a zoning entitlement. They're not the actual projects, and we tend to take some pretty conservative assumptions on how many trips something would generate. And those are vehicle trips, number of cars in and out. And so we make some assumptions based on the location that there's going to be some walking and biking, but I think in reality what we found is that those assumptions under-predict the amount of walking, biking, and transit use, or internal capture is a term traffic engineers use when somebody might walk downstairs in their building. They're not even walking anywhere. They're just using the elevator or the stairs. And so those aren't necessarily trips that anybody would predict, but it's a consistent way that over the years we've evaluated whether the 150 peak hour threshold is set for a traffic impact analysis to be then done, and then those studies often get into deeper level. And so this case predicted up to 81 trips in the AM and 79 in the PM based on those highest potential form-based expectations, which come from an analysis the planning department does, and Bynum can explain how that tool functions a little better than I can. I would add one additional piece of data point that supports the idea that these things are very conservative if in terms of predicting a high level of traffic. When we go back and look at historic traffic counts in this area, and NCDOT maintains data on a number of the more major corridors, and there's a lot of them in downtown, there is not a growth in traffic or a significant growth in traffic in these places, even as Glenwood South has developed. I'll give a couple of numbers, and if we want to, if you'd rather me write this up and put it in a manager's report or something, I certainly can. St. Mary's, for instance, in both 2009 and 2013 had 7,500 cars a day on an average day in those years based on NCDOT's methodology. In 2019, right before COVID, that had grown a little bit to 8,400. All of the other places in that area have actually declined over that same sort of period of time. There's been less cars than now or more recently than there were in the 2003, 5, 7 timeframe. Glenwood has gone from 10,000 to about 7,000. Hillsborough has gone from 9,000. Actually, I'm sorry. Hillsborough has gone up but been stable after peaking around 14,000 cars a day, is now at about 11,000 cars a day. And then Morgan Street went down actually, but that was corresponding to a conversion from a one-way street to a two-way street. So that changed the nature of Morgan, and it's not necessarily an apples to apples. But we have not seen, the big picture is we have not seen traffic grow in the growth we've had in terms of vehicle trips. And so we do feel confident those projections are a little bit conservative. Does that answer the question or the concern?
Yeah, for me, are any other questions? Are any other questions from counselors about this case?
Yeah, I was just curious if the applicant could speak to the difference between the costs of building like a 5-story building or less versus a 6 or 7-story building. I've heard that there's differences in types of materials and costs, and I was just curious how that impacts kind of like, what you'll end up maybe perhaps redeveloping if this was to be approved.
Yes, and I'm didn't represent CASA, but was in a lot of those meetings, and I know it's certainly a larger scale. It was rezoned to 7 stories, and so typically what you would see, that's like the maximum height you would see for construction with the wood frame construction type, and generally there are 2 types. There's like a podium with parking underneath, and you build with stick frame above it, or you have a larger structured parking in the middle and you wrap it with stick frame. And you see that driving around Raleigh now. You need a site, I would think, is an acre or two to aggregate into a rectangular space that could accommodate that. And so that's a very understood form for financing and construction, and you see it all the time. If you drive in, I was over in Durham last evening. I mean, coming into downtown is one after another of these stick-built kind of aggregated together. In a site like this, it's very unusual. You're going to see a kind of a unique construction type because it doesn't accommodate the typical program that you would see for financing a larger development. So it could be townhomes, it could be something like stacked where you have commercial on the ground level and 2 levels of living above that on top of each other, but it wouldn't be one that you would typically see with the wood frame, with the parking that needs a lot bigger site. So it would be like more of an owner-driven who has a use for that site and an interest in developing it versus like a large institutional developer.
Thank you. Yeah, and I just wanted to add, I think there is some interesting discussion that was brought up about the NCOD and just the transitional nature of this neighborhood. Some of the things that I'm looking at, in the case for its walk score, it gets a 92. The average is 31 in the city. They call this, I guess, a walker's paradise is our objective term for the area. Daily errands don't require a car. There's a great transit. Excellent proximity and high access to jobs. The site score is a 98 out of 100. And so I think that is where this particular area is really worth having some additional density. And I appreciate that the 7 stories is kind of an interim space. And I also appreciate that, this area, it is special. And I think talking about some of the historic nature and where do we go from here for this particular neighborhood that has seen so much change is worth more conversation, so I'm open to that. Unless others folks have anything to add, I'm ready to make a motion.
Yeah, I close the hearing.
Okay, just make sure I read the right thing. All right, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated February 21st, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed have the same right. Motion carries unanimously. Next, we have rezoning TCZ 7822. It's our last public hearing item for today.
Yes, sir. This is a request to rezone just under 5 acres on the east side of Blue Ridge Road, where this is south of Wade Avenue, south of the Art Museum, east of the fairgrounds, which is a little bit south of here on the west side of, on the west side of Blue Ridge Road. This is consistent, and the request here is changing just the conditions. The base district, the height, the frontage, all stays the same. They're just changing some conditions. This is consistent with the future land use map. Planning Commission does recommend approval. And that big pink area all around the site in question is all state-owned property, largely associated with the School of Veterinary Medicine. So view of the site from the air, kind of pulled out. You can see where we are in West Raleigh. A couple of views of the site. So the conditions that they're offering, I think it's easier to talk about this in terms of what is changing. They're taking out 2 transit-related conditions that have been satisfied by development on the site. So there was formerly a request for an offer in the conditions for a transit easement and a shelter. Both of the easement has been dedicated, the shelter has been constructed, and their development scenarios are really staying very close to the same. What they're adding is entitlement for 400 residential units, and then they're setting up a situation where they can have some accessory use to the overnight lodging use, which is what's currently on the site. It's currently a hotel. And so they're setting up a situation where they could have restaurant or gift shop associated with that, and also setting up this opportunity for residential for a maximum of no more than 400 units. So they're actually bringing their entitlement for office and retail down. There's actually currently no residential entitlement on the site. This is consistent with the plan overall. No inconsistent policies were identified, and the Planning Commission recommends approval. What questions could I answer for you before you open the hearing to hear from the applicant?
Any question from counselors? All right. I'm going to open a public hearing. We have one signed up in support, none signed up in opposition.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. I'm Collier Marsh with Parker Poe here on behalf of the applicant. And so this is a text change and not a rezoning, though it looks and feels a lot like a rezoning with the process. This is 0 and 1520 Blue Ridge Road, and Bynum covered this in great detail already, but the short version of what's going on here is that there's an existing zoning, a 2017 case that zoned this property to OX12, ULCU. The conditions as interpreted, frankly, the conditions were not worded like we do them today, don't use UDO terminology, and really needed some cleaning up. So as interpreted, which I think frankly leads to some of the confusion as to the by right entitlement versus existing entitlement, is that right now there's 3 development options, and you could only do hotel, office, or retail, and that's it. And then beyond that, there are some transit-related conditions. And so we're proposing to add, I think the summary of what we're doing, it looks like a lot in the red line, but the red line cleans the language and then adds an option for a residential development, then adds an option for, within that residential development, a mixed-use component on that ground floor where we front Blue Ridge Road to be able to have a restaurant or retail or something if the market allows it. I think that's probably something that's a future opportunity, but as the Blue Ridge corridor redevelops, that certainly would be appealing with the streetscape that we're able to provide here. So this is what's left over, much more streamlined conditions that say these are now the 4 development options. This is how we'll, either you can do the hotel option, the overnight lodging option, the office, the retail, or that residential development with the mixed-use component. We have eliminated the 2 transit-related conditions because, as you can see, the transit stop is now there. So to avoid some sort of a redundant interpretation to put 2 next to each other, we just cleaned it up and took it out. We are consistent with the future land use map, and there's some pretty specific guidance that calls for up to 12 stories, which is the existing zoning in areas served by transit, which we know we are in with our transit stop. And then lastly, as Ms. Walters pointed out, we're entirely consistent with the comprehensive plan, no inconsistent policies. So with that, we respectfully request that you vote to approve this project, and of course are happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. I will now close the hearing and bring it back to council, see if there's any questions. Okay.
I just wanted to ask a question about the residents. Are you targeting NC State for the residents to live there, or what is the demographic that you're looking at?
So the idea with the unit mix is not to specifically be student housing or grad student housing or exclusive, but to develop units that are attractive to graduate students, to veterinary students, but then also to some of the office development in the surrounding area. So to do that, to bring it within the realm of affordability, it's primarily going to be studios, 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms, and nothing larger than that.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Is there a motion for
I
this one?
am ready to, well, as soon as I pull it up, hang on. There we go. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated February 21st, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed have the same right. Motion carries. Thank you all who came out. Thank you, Bynum, for getting us through that as well. We now move to our economic development and our committee reports. Economic development and innovation, is there a report?
No report, no items pending.
All right. Growth and natural resources. All right. And we have a meeting on the 28th at 4 in the chamber. Okay. Safe, vibrant, and healthy community. Is the vice chair? Are you have anything?
We have a meeting scheduled 11:30 on 21st.
On the 28th.
28th.
Okay. So there's a meeting for Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Community Committee at 11 a.m. here in the chamber on the 28th. 11:30. All right, at 11:30. All right. transit and transportation, there's no report and no items pending, and no meeting schedule at this time. We now have report of the mayor and council. We'll start with Councilor Milton and work our way down.
Yes, just one thing. Councilmember Fort and I met with President of St. Aug's, some representatives over there. We had a good discussion about their plans for their future growth, economic development, and one idea that came from that meeting was to have kind of an economic development roundtable discussion with our HBCUs in Raleigh to find ways that we can strengthen those relationships. I have not had a chance to speak with anyone at Shaw University yet, but I wanted to go ahead and request that we send this item to the Economic Development Innovation Committee and ask staff to reach out to both St. Aug's and Shaw about who would attend and when we could schedule it. But I want to go ahead and refer it to committee, and then we can follow up with the date of that meeting. So that would be my, I guess, my motion and request.
All right, so it's your motion. I'll second it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed have the same right. And I guess once you get the commitment, you'll set the date.
Yeah, I can announce the date of the meeting in the future. We did something similar with our small business alliances a few years ago. We came up with some really good action items from there, so I'm hoping to have a pretty good discussion with Shaw and St. Aug's and see what we can do. But once we get staff to reach out to them, we can figure out when the meeting will happen.
Okay, and I can also help you contact Shaw as well.
Thank you.
All right, Councilor Patton.
Yeah, thanks. Two for me today. One is that in a recent manager's update, the manager provided a set of proposals for providing Wi-Fi in the fire station. I'd, at this time, based on what was presented, like to ask for a budget note on providing Wi-Fi through Oak Tree in the next fiscal year, and then also just ask IT staff if there's any additional capacity to get everything teed up so that if that makes it into the budget, then we can be ready to roll on that. And then my second item is that I have been thinking a lot about the train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio recently, and I would just love if we could get an update in an upcoming manager's report, potentially not the one this week, but if there's any after action that's provided by groups in Ohio, if we could make sure that there's like internal auditing of our policies and procedures to make sure that we would, that our agencies and any affiliated agencies would be ready to respond. So if we could just hear about that. And then as we continue to think about commuter rail, if we could just be in close conversation, if our transportation staff could be in close contact with DOT rail to make sure we're keeping safety at the forefront of any conversations that we have, that would be much appreciated. That's all for me.
Councilor Black.
Yeah, so allow me to overshare for a moment. Earlier, I was really, triggered, touched by one of the statements of the graduate student that came up to talk about the issues around just millennials and Gen Zs with the suicide that we've had not only at NC State but also schools like St. Aug. I wanted to make a statement to people at the table as well as like people watching that like it doesn't fall on deaf ears. I actually lost my father to suicide at a very young age, so it's really deeply personal to me. And it's something that I'm really going to be focusing on taking up over the next few months. So that's for everybody at the table. You can hear some conversations about that. And then also yesterday during our ARPA discussion, we talked about how we had about, I think, $23 million left to allocate. I'm just going to make a statement and say that I think that needs to go towards affordable housing. And that's all.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Jones.
Yes, I just have a few things. Hang on one second. Okay. The first thing, I was on some walks with residents those last few weeks, and it's been great walking on the Greenway. And oh my, I now will never not unsee English ivy. Like that is something that now I'm like, oh my God, it's everywhere, along with a lot of other invasive species. And when I was on the Parks Board, we worked with the Invasive Species Department by volunteering and spending a day cleaning up invasive species throughout our park system, specifically at Kiwanis Park at that time. And I would really love the opportunity to, as a council, work together with not only the invasive species department, but with the Parks Board to maybe do something like that so we can encourage people to help with this problem, which is pervasive throughout the city. So I don't know if or exactly how to ask it, but I'd love just some conversation to start on maybe working with those groups so we can help attack invasive species. That would be great. That was number one. Number two, it goes back to what we were talking about yesterday in our work session, and I really would love to hear from the city manager, what do you need from us to help with in terms of filling vacancies? Like, how can I help? What can I do? Because it's so overwhelming, and I don't know how city departments or you are managing this, and I want to know what action items or what can I do to help?
You can help us recruit, send people to our website. There's always job listings, that are posted, and just encourage folks. Again, as I share in my professional circles and people in this region particularly, it is a struggle that we're all dealing with. We don't really know where everybody went during COVID. We're trying to get them back and trying to find them. And it's just a national issue. But quite frankly, word of mouth kind of gets people in the door. In addition to that, we are being a little bit more strategic and creative about some of our onboarding processes so that we've sort of kind of condensed our recruitment process so that when we have a candidate that's in another pool, we can grab them first. And some of our historical practices has kind of protracted that and made it a little bit, longer and more intensive than necessary. So those are some of the things that we're doing. We're doing job fairs and just, putting the word out. So anybody in your circle who is looking, there's almost every profession, every professional degree covered through local government. People just think about certain professions in local government, but we have chemists in our water plants and in our sewer plants, so just have folks to look on our website.
All right, thank you so much. The next thing I have is, it has to do with what Helen Tart brought up in public comments, and it's just, as we finish up this series on missing middle and we're looking for data, as we look forward, are we coming back with, can we come back with what we have on the docket right now and how much of it has gone to affordability? Because as I sit through the missing middle discussions, we do promote missing middle as helping with affordability, and I'd just love to see those numbers, so that I can help either amplify that message and make that known or help us strengthen that as a city. So whenever we come back, and I'm not sure of that date, when all of that information is coming back from those series, but if we can include that, that would be awesome. And then last thing is that I, the liaison for the HDC, Historic Development Commission, and today they had their meeting. They had a really, really impactful conversation about transit overlay districts. And I have realized that I am not up to speed on that. And so I was wondering how I can do it. Should I just reach out and ask for a conversation about transit overlay districts so that I become better informed? So when I sit there, I'm not like, oh my God, what is that? What's going on?
Sure, we'll have ACM Michael Moore coordinate that for you.
Thank you so much.
Councilor Ford.
Yeah, two things. So I heard Councilor Patton's request about the internet. Do we have like user policies around how that all works, and can we get an update on that as well?
It's great that you asked that question. We do have a use policy, and we are currently in the process of modifying that policy. So I think the two will go hand in hand. And really just basically it says what the city's internet service can be used for and what it cannot be used for to help kind of clarify for employees.
Okay, that'd be great. And then the second thing is I want to congratulate, I guess, the Canes, the NHL, the city of Raleigh, and everybody else for a great initial stadium series. I think it was awesome economic impact for the city. And so I think it was a great event. Certainly, if they're interested in any logistical feedback, we would be happy to, or I think maybe you'd have some things to offer up for the next go round, but certainly want to congratulate them on a great event, and want to say thank you for bringing such a wonderful economic boost to the city.
Yeah, just 3 items. First is boards and commissions. I received another request about allowing virtual attendance, and I'm ready to make a motion for that, but I wanted to check in with the city attorney to see if we need any more follow-up or if we need to talk about this more.
I thought at the retreat that there was a request to come back with information about the different boards and which ones might and might not meet, and isn't that underway? So I think you probably want to wait for that. I mean, there's no way that all of them can do it. Some legally can't do it. It has to be only boards that are not going to receive public comment and that are not quasi-judicial and are not statutory required. So I think you probably would want to find out which boards those are, which ones want to do it, and then make a motion that's more tailored to the boards that can and that want to do it.
And I also believe there was a list that was provided where they had identified. And so I think they're working on that like now.
Do we have a timeline of when we'll hear back? Just because I know some people
can
can
ask for one in
physically not
manager's update.
attend their meetings right now because of a disability. So I'm just thinking about making sure that they have that option as soon as possible.
Yeah, we can ask for that in the manager's
Follow up.
update.
I'll get with Ms. Hinton.
Great, thanks
Can I
very
add
much.
something to that? It just flagged a memory. I spoke with the chair of the Police Advisory Board. I think they're being told that they have to meet during certain hours now. And I think that is one that is not statutorily obligated, not quasi-judicial. So if we could also just look at what guidance is being given to them. If they stay in person, does it have to be certain times? It sounds like it's a staff capacity issue, but that's also like most of them work 9 to 5. So if they're being told they have to meet between 9 to 5 and they can't do it virtual, that's becoming a problem. So if we could figure what's going on with that, I think that would be helpful.
The second item is train noise. I had a request about a quiet zone for downtown, and I don't know much about that, but I guess supposedly Rocky Mount has this quiet where you don't make the train whistle. So I did send Mr. Moore just an email about that, but I've received many requests to not have any more train noise downtown at certain hours. And then third, let's see here, composting. I really enjoyed the solid waste services updates. This is just an area that I find endlessly fascinating and oddly challenging at times. Composting is another opportunity for us, and I just wanted to see if we could get a budget note about a couple kind of project ideas that we've seen in other municipalities. I know we don't have the current processing capabilities for compost, but what I have heard about are just simply like a drop-off site where then a contractor perhaps could take the compost. I know that Cary has some kind of center like that, and it's really just like, some big boxes, and you'd have to either have it in a place where you've got staff to make sure it doesn't get, out of hand. People are putting the correct things in the boxes. I think Asheville actually has like a lock code on their boxes, so you have to opt into the program to be able to put anything in there so that people are putting the right things in there. But I've got some information on what some of these other communities have done, which I'll send to you so you have. Thank you.
All right. Definitely thank you. I have quite a few items, but I do want to, as well as Councilor Ford, say thank you to the NHL for, our stadium series and the Carolina Hurricanes and our state troopers who control traffic with the plan that they were given and things of that nature. And definitely, I pray that there is a logistical review of that, so when the owner stated yesterday he would love for it to come back, we can make sure that we do not repeat the same errors as this past Saturday. But the Canes did win. I think it was a great turnout. It's good to see the ice was used for more than just one event. It was used multiple days. So and even some of our local kids were able to use it as well. So that is a great thing. Speaking of traveling and interstate, I know NCDOT's been working on this, but I'm going to bring it up again. Trash along our interstate. We have to do something. I don't know if we can follow up and see where they are. I was, I saw a cleanup on some exits, but when I drive along 440 especially between Pool Road all the way down to Jones Sausage. It's to South Sanders in that direction. Trash is just, it's getting worse. And you can really see it from looking at it. So we can have that addressed. As far as transit and trains, thank you, Councilor Patton, for bringing that up. There was a train trip that was sponsored by Regional Trail as well as Go Triangle, as well as NCRR and Amtrak, in which I was able to participate. On that trip, where we had a state representative on the trip. We also had the mayors of Wake Forest on the trip. The mayor of Durham joined us, and also the mayor of Charlotte joined us on the train as well, and everything. And there's a lot of work as far as safety. Unfortunately, on that day, those that were leaving Greensboro going to Charlotte had to find another way home because there was a freight derailment that happened. So safety is definitely, I know, on the forefront, but if we can continue to have that information, I think it'd be greatly appreciated. From our zoning cases that we talked about traffic analysis and the information that was given, if we can just have a follow-up in our manager's update of traffic analysis, how we do it, how we move. And then the last time we did a survey or study, especially in our downtown area, because I know we've had quite a few rezonings, some development, not all of the rezonings have come to fruition, but just where we are currently with those. Two other things. I was in a conversation just the other day with a group, and the person I was talking to mentioned a family member that they have who is homeless, and actually they said, well, they finally found housing. The question was, then what? If we can continue to work with our partners and the county on services around mental health, around activity, because the last thing you want to do is you help a person, you get them housed, but then what? How are they able to remain in that home? How do we know they have the skills? If they've been homeless for such a long time, how do they know that skills to keep it going, to maintain it long term? If we can definitely look into that and just, if sometime in the fall, because I know we're booked this spring, a work session with the county to really talk about comprehensive services, I think it'll be greatly appreciated. And the last item I want to bring is kind of a somber thing, but fentanyl. We've had quite a few deaths in Raleigh due to this. It's not getting attention in the media. Don't ask me why not. But if we can get a report from RPD of where we are with just the number of deaths and what's the plan. I saw just yesterday where the federal government is giving resources to help states and communities to deal with this epidemic. And when I say deaths, it's impacting, my community, my district heavy. It's not getting any attention. So I would hate for it to wait to have to impact other parts of the community before it gets some attention. So if we can look into that, I would definitely greatly appreciate it on what we can do. And all of this ties together with the one I mentioned when we talked about mental health, helping people. How do they cope? What can we do? And again, I ask and I implore all of our Wake County partners, not just the county, but even the other municipalities. Maybe it's time for a summit where we bring the entire county together, led by the county, to talk about these mental health issues, talk about our partners, our nonprofit partners, bring them all together to address all of our issues, because it kind of is similar to Councilor Jones mentioned to me about our traffic and case by case by case. Well, it seems like we're trying to fix health issues case by case by case, but they overlap. Housing is impacted by it. Being able to maintain a job so you can afford and remain in housing is impacted by it. So if we can just go from there. I could keep going, but I'm going to stop right there because I think you understand the intentionality that I'm trying to bring to this. With that said, we'll now move to appointments. I'm sorry, question.
I'm so sorry. I forgot, and I feel really bad. I forgot to give a shout out to the fire department because I was able to do a ride along as Councilor Patton was as well on Saturday, and we had I'm going to speak for you, Megan. We had the best time and learned a lot. And it when you mentioned fentanyl, that's something that as they are first responders, that they are dealing with every day. And so I appreciate the shine on that. And I also just wanted to say thank you for allowing us to ride along because it was fantastic.
Yeah, big shout out to Station 19.
Cool.
Station 6.
All right.
Hello. We made a lot of progress today. I'm excited to share it with you. So Environmental Advisory Board, Lamia King received 2 votes and Tessa Monday received 4, so that'll be carried over to the next ballot. Fair Housing Hearing Board, one regular vacancy. Eric Colburn received 4 votes and Councilmember Jones nominated Cassandra Hextall, so both of those names will be carried over to the next ballot. Historical Resources and Museums Advisory Board, 2 regular vacancies. Both Paul Brinkman and Shamari Slade received 5 votes. Both of them were appointed, so we're good on there for now. Human Relations Commission, 2 alternate vacancies. Christina Espana and Roderick Marshall Jr. received 5 votes each, so they are appointed. Maureen Chu received 2 votes, so the Human Relations alternate vacancies are filled for now. Human Relations Commission, 1 regular vacancy. Valencia Harris received 2 votes, Mary Thompson 5. So that takes care of that regular vacancy. Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy. Hugh Fuller received 7 votes, so would be appointed. Raleigh Transit Authority, 1 alternate vacancy. Councilmember Patton nominated Martha Brock, and Councilmember Jones nominated Lee Chun Young. So that'll be coming back on the next ballot. And then finally, Stormwater Management Advisory Commission, 1 regular vacancy. Samantha Kropp, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, received 7 votes, so would be appointed.
All right, thank you. We have nothing on the nominations. Under City Attorney, you have anything for us?
No report.
Madam Clerk?
A couple sets of minutes for consideration of approval attached to the agenda.
I did read the minutes. I noticed that, hold on, made a note on it. Give me 1 second. In the minutes for February 14th, it says that Mayor Baldwin called the meeting to order and that Mayor Baldwin adjourned the meeting, but Mayor was not in attendance and it was Mayor Pro Tem Branch.
We'll treat that as a clerical error and we will get that fixed.
Anything else? Minutes? Is there a motion for, I move to approve minutes with needed changes?
Second.
It's moved and properly second. All those in favor say aye. All right, motion carries. We do not have a closed session, so there's no closed session today. We are now at the end of our agenda, and we are adjourned.